Hello, everyone, and welcome to a very special Recipe for Reality Small Bites. This is a big bite, if you will, because we're taking on a lot. We're biting off a lot of chewable material today. And I say we because I am not alone today. I am joined with the Matt Has Spoken, Matt Chapmond. You can find him over at Framewreck. He's here guesting with me. Listen, Zach hasn't seen all the other seasons, and I have seen all the seasons, but I don't want to do this alone because this is a hefty task. Hello, Matt. Thank you for joining me
Hello.
on this epic quest today.
I am not Zach Love. I'm the poor man's Zach Love, if you will, on this show. But yeah, I'm very excited. It's an honor to be able to take the reins from him for an episode and talk about this show
Yeah,
that we love so much.
yeah, I was gonna do a top 10 small bites episode of like the top 10 players I most want to see on 50, but then I was doing it and I realized I had a list of like 100, and I was like, well, why don't I, instead of just narrowing it down from 100 to 10, do like an actual proper top 100 players that we want to see back, and invite someone else on and like actually go through season by season and talk about not just who we want to see back on Survivor 50 because it's going to be all returnees, but who we actually think could get the call and what we think the theme is going to be. Have you thought at all about like what you think it's going to be, whether it's going to be like legends or second chances too, or do you think there's a way we do like an old school, new school, or do you think it's just going to be Survivor 50 and whoever Jeff wants to invite, Jeff will invite? Because I think those are like the four options that people are throwing around.
I think it's whoever Jeff wants to invite, Jeff's going to invite.
Okay.
But my hope is that it's new era versus old. Actually, what I hope, and I've told you this, I hope it is 3 tribes, golden era, the theme era, new era. I hope that we have 3 tribes full of those 3 things. So
yeah, so like pre heroes versus villains, and then like
right.
The theme era will be like the 20s, 30s, and then you get the 40s. Yeah, I think that'd be good because you think like new era, they have so many like new players that they're like itching to get back that just play that they want to see play again. But it's like, how many of the older players do they not want to lose? Because like how many of their stories have not ended? Malcolm, Suri, all these different players that like they just want to get that win. But there runs the risk of the winners at war thing where you bring all the old school and new school back and the old school goes out back to back to start it off with. So I feel like you have to, if you're bringing back old school and new school, you kind of have to create that divide to prevent the new school from just kind of wiping them out. So I like what you said, like have them in 3 different tribes, let them play with their era first. And then when they get to the merge, they've all kind of dipped their toes in enough to now be able to like have a chance rather than just letting the new school sweep it. As we saw with Winners of War, even though that was an exciting season. And then there comes the question of like, you know, this diversity initiative now too. This is the first returnee season since then. How much of that affects the overall, you know, how they cast the show? Because if they're going to go for all these legends, they also have to make sure they're keeping true to the diversity mandate, which is a great thing, but also it does kind of make it a little bit tougher on casting. I think that's why we won't see a second chances voting again, just because with voting, how do you upstand a diversity initiative unless you're like vote for 10 black people, 10 white people? But then that also seems very
that's weird too. Then you've got a Cook Island situation on your hands there.
right. But how we decided to do it today, we're going to go season by season, and that is a hefty task. That's why this is going to be a little bit of a longer Small Bites episode than you'd expect with the name Small Bites. But we're going to go season by season. We're going to look at the cast. We're going to first just talk about our overall thoughts on like who our favorites of that cast are in terms of like who we would love to see again, but also taking into consideration, obviously, people have passed away, people have been canceled, people have been, swearing off Survivor, saying, I don't want to do it again. I won't take the call. They haven't taken the call in the past. So we got to weigh in some of the realistic factors there, but then we will pick 2 per season that we think deserve to at least be in consideration for Survivor 50. How we decided to do it, though, to make it a little easier on ourselves, so we're not just picking the same people who were on Winners of War and Heroes vs. Villains every single time. We're going to pick 1 legend. Those are the people who have returned before. Those are the people who have won the game. And then we also have a spot for like a second chance. If there is a second chance, there's who is someone that hasn't come back from maybe an old school season that we think deserves to come back. In the case that there is a season where, like, let's say there's a winner and then 19 players who have never come back before, we can decide to put 2 second chancers on, and vice versa. If there's a season where like everyone's returned, like All Stars, for example, like we have to put on 2 legends. So that's going to be how we weigh it. But there are also seasons with a lot of options. And for that, we have a wild card. So I'm going to pull up the slide real quick. The wild card, we basically have 8 slots. If we think that, like, let's say Borneo, for example, we want the entire Final 4 of Borneo on the season, which is not feasible for many reasons. But we could save 2 spots for them, but also keeping in mind, once that wild card spot is taken up, we have to make sure we're being sparing about it, because once we get to 46, we might be like, oh no, there's no room for all these players we want to add. So I do think the wild card is going to come into play, especially like later on when we want to like put like 3 or 4 new era players from a season, for example, on. But who's to say? I mean, that's what the fun experiment of it is going to be, picking, you know, a legend and a second chancer, and then trying to figure out who this 100 list for your consideration is going to be. Any thoughts just as before we get into it, Matt, on like what you thought about when thinking about who you want to see back on Survivor, like in terms of like players who played 5 times versus players who haven't played before, stuff like that?
I have a lot of favorites, and a lot of my favorites have come back. A lot of them people are tired of seeing. I don't care; they're on my list.
There's a reason they come back so many times. Yeah.
And then there's some who's like, man, this person got a bad rap or got a bad shake. They really should get a second chance. And then there's some seasons where I was like, there are no legends or second chancers I want to see back from this place. So that's going to be the fun task.
Yeah. And we will collectively decide them together. It's not like Matt has a second chancer and I have a second chancer. Matt has because then that'd be 200. So we're just going to kind of have to agree upon it. If we really, really can't decide, then we might have to like, what's like the thing in basketball where someone has the possession. So like for this round, I'll have the possession, and then once I get my possession, then you get it for the next one or something like that. If we have to, otherwise, I think we will kind of come to agreement for the most part. I think at some times we're gonna have to be a little more lenient to the other person, but if we start to see it tip one way or the other, we can try to establish something midway through to help it be a little bit more versified. So it's not just like Matt gets all the second chancers, Dylan's getting all the legends type deal. But I think we're gonna like kind of just come to agreement on a lot of these, especially for a lot of the earlier seasons, because there's really just like 1 or 2 legend options for a lot of these. It's really the second chancers that gets a bit more niche. But should we jump into it, Matt?
Yeah, well, if you don't mind, can I just kind of? Yeah. There's a lot of people who've never seen me before. They watch this show, and
right.
So I just want to, if you've never watched Framewreck, if you didn't watch the Survivor episode of Trivia Nights that I ran, you don't know who I am. Just a quick background on my Survivor situation. I watched back when Borneo was just called Survivor because we didn't have subtitles.
Yes, I'll show you right now. The logo is just that. I'll play out last. There's no Borneo on that logo. It's kind of like what was the name? I'm Star Wars. Where now it's episode 4.
Yeah, exactly. So back when I first started, it was just Survivor. In fact, it didn't get the subtitle Borneo until All Stars, when they had to differentiate that group of people. So I watched it with my mom because my mom watched it. I was a teenager at the time. And then I watched some seasons with her, some without, she watched a lot without. And then at one point I move out, and every once in a while I go over to her house and watch it, but I stopped keeping up with Survivor. About 5 years ago, my mom passed away, and it was real tough for me. But there's certain things that are always associated with my mother, and one of them is Survivor. So when 45 was about to start, or had just started, or was about to start, I don't remember. I was like, I started watching it. Yeah, it was when that one had just started. I started watching it, and I was like, man, I need to go back and watch some of the older seasons. So I went back and started with 1. I was messaging Dylan the whole time, like, hey, can you believe this happened? Oh my God. Or being like, hey, I remember this distinctly when this happened. And we'll talk about some of those things during this, I'm sure. But it was a really fun ride to get to go through, and especially watch some of the things my mom watched that I never got to talk to her about, where I'm just like, God, I bet she loved this guy. Or, man, I bet she hated this person. Like that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
And that was fun. There did get to the point where I believe Winners at War, maybe whatever, she passed away in 2019. Whatever happened after April 2019.
Okay.
I realized the specific episode where
Edge of Extinction, maybe?
It was Edge of Extinction.
Yeah, because 40 would have been April of 2020. So
that's right. So there's a specific episode that happens in April of 2020 or 2019 where I was like, this is the last episode my mom ever watched. I'm about to watch more than she's ever watched. And that was a real difficult time. I don't want to bum everybody out, but that's kind of what this show means to me. I continued, and I'll probably watch it forever just because my mom doesn't get to watch it anymore. So I watch it for her. So, so that's what this show is to me. And I'm very excited to get to talk about this.
Yeah, that's really beautiful. And I love that Survivor has kind of been this generational thing where like I was kind of a different case where I was a baby. I didn't kind of comprehend that my parents were watching Survivor, and then like one day they were watching it because we were on a family vacation at my aunt's house, and they were watching it because they wanted to watch it, and because we were on vacation we all kind of hung out together. It wasn't like we were off doing our own separate things, so we watched it with her. It was the premiere of Survivor China with chickens. And I was hooked from the start. I was like, oh, I like that guy Todd, I'm rooting for him. And that was also a perk, is that the first ever season I watched, the guy I was rooting for from episode 1 that went on to win, I'm like, wow, maybe I have a good sense of like how this game kind of works, because I can suss out good quality of players. And then I realized in the years to come that it is not an easy task predicting a winner. But like that is a very sentimental moment too, because it's like, that was my first moment, and it was with my aunt who also passed away a few years ago. So it's like this kind of sentimental tie there where I'm like, I have a picture that my aunt sent me years ago of us on the couch, the 5 of us, my mom, my sister, my brother, my dad, and I, and our little dog, Elliot, at the time, and we were all wearing matching pajamas watching Survivor on my aunt's couch. It's like this really cool like image, and I'm like, that is the first time I watched that show, and now it's become literally my favorite show. I put it on just when I'm doing the dishes, going to sleep, like all that stuff. So it's just always on, and it's just kind of like a part of me. So I love how it has this kind of sentimental tie beyond the fun of the game, because it is a game, but it really is a social thing first and foremost, not just with the players on the beach, but also the fans and the way they connect and the way they connect to it. We're doing an hours-long video right now because we love the show so much. So I think that's a testament to its legacy and why 50 should get the best cast possible.
Yeah, I agree. One thing, it's interesting because you had told me that China was your first season. Todd, and you, as you know, was the guy that I immediately latched onto too, but he kind of fits the bill of Matt's general favorites.
Yeah, the outcasts, the quirky ones, the gay ones. Like, that's like Matt's like go-to.
The queer weirds and nerds, which is just nerds, but it doesn't match the rhyme. The nerds are my favorites. Those are. Oh
God, you're gonna love John Lovett on this next season. You're getting all of that.
So it's you told me that was your first season, and so I'm watching it and I'm like, damn, this is a really good season. It also has the best, in my opinion, the best Ancient Voices opening of all time. That opening credits scene is the best of all of them. And so you also started with just the best introduction to the show.
Imagine if it was like a few months earlier and I started with Fiji. Not to be a bad talker of Fiji. I like Fiji, but like imagine if that was the first one where it's like, all the car controversy and the race stuff happening. I'm like, maybe that it was all for the best that I started with China. But even if I started with Micronesia, maybe I wouldn't have appreciated it as much, because at least Micronesia I had just watched China. So I was like, oh, James and Amanda. Like there's always a perfect time for everyone to get into the show when they do. And it always seems like the right fit for the right person. But everyone started on, I forget what month, but it was in the year 2000 with the very first Survivor. Here it is, the original cast, the Pagongs and the Tagis. This is the difficult task now, picking a legend, picking a second chancer. Just a great cast, obviously an iconic one. This first 2 seasons, the cast kind of really became essentially celebrities because they were so popular. Everyone loved them. They even brought some of them to the Big Brother house to kind of kick off that show. There was like a little crossover episode where like I believe it was like Jervis and Sue and a few guys from Australia, Alicia and maybe Varner went into the Big Brother house to like just fool around, and it's just really fun time to be a reality TV fan, watching all these shows emerge and these big real breakout stars emerge. But let's talk about it, Matt. What are your thoughts on this cast, and like who of these cast members do you think are like standouts that you would like to see on 50 potentially? Obviously, taking into account that like obviously we've lost Sonia and BB and Rudy, rest in peace. And obviously there are some that probably wouldn't come back, maybe wouldn't get the call. There's a big question mark, and it is the original winner. Whether or not he's going to get that call, who knows? But what are your thoughts?
Richard's a big no for me. I loved him on that season. He was the one I wanted to win, although I will tell you who I originally wanted to win here in just a second. But I thought he deserved to win. He was the guy. I loved him. He's just everything that's happened since then with him. he's just a big no for me. He lost all that weight, so then he like tried to put his son through the whole Survivor, starve yourself, work yourself to death challenge.
I didn't know that.
Right after you were a baby, so you didn't hear it, but it was right after he just did that. Okay. Yeah.
Gotcha.
The tax evasion stuff doesn't bother me so much, although it's whatever.
He's a criminal.
Yeah, he should be smarter. He should be smarter, but being a criminal doesn't cancel you, in my opinion. What does is things like what he did to Sue, and that is and part of it's like, okay, she was people. I've read it all. I've read everything everybody has to say about it. Mm-hmm. People are like, but she was egging him on and stuff like that. That did not give him the right to do what he did.
Yeah. It was inappropriate.
It was completely inappropriate. You wouldn't see that today because they wouldn't be allowed to just do the challenge in the nude. I don't think. I think that's.
Yeah.
I think that's probably they probably put a kibosh on that after that point. Like,
or they would be very quick to responding with certain like circumstances and what do you call it? Reprimanding them. Like they would jump right in there, which I don't know if they wanted to do at the time. Also because it was just such a not many people saw it, which was also tough because then you had all the people being like, is she just saying that to get emotional because she knows she's on the bottom of her tribe because she didn't want to be there? Because admittedly, a lot of people when they went back for All Stars, some of them didn't necessarily want to go back. It was more so like CBS being like, we really like Sue, we need you back. Which is also kind of why I don't think Sue would come back either. She's kind of said she's done with Survivor. She doesn't watch it. It was a toxic part of her life, which I get, even though if you look at the season, the two most iconic are Richard and Sue. So it's very unfortunate that that's how it shook out. But yeah.
Yes, I love Sue. When she came back, I was very excited. I'm sad that she doesn't want to do it anymore because she would be my pick here if I had to pick a legend. Because I think she's great. I mean, and there's something very interesting about her, like this trucker woman who's coming on and she's underestimated, and it's just there was something about her rise on that show and then coming back and just being like all these people they're dumb, like there was just a bunch of that.
She was on the tribe with Rob and Amber too. And being on that tribe, if you weren't Rob or Amber, you were either like trying to be their best friend and cling on to the popular kids, or you were like Rob Sesternino or Sue Hawk and you were like, no, not having it.
Right.
Which then led to them being on the bottom and Rob going out, then Sue quitting, but she would have probably been out soon after that. Right. Yeah, but that rats and snake speech is still the most iconic moment of the show, I think.
It is.
And then Richard winning is also an iconic moment. Like everyone can pinpoint it. The reason I think Richard would potentially get the call is that he was on the cast of Winners of War and then was kind of booted last minute once all the Dan Spilo stuff happened right before. And then Jeff kind of made the decision to like drop him from the cast, and I believe that's how Adam got on. Very fortunate for that because Adam was a huge, big, bright light on that season. But I do think, they would think about, the first winner coming back on the 50th season is a very intriguing idea still, where I think they wouldn't completely rule it out, even though Richard has also kind of said some really bad things about Jeff since getting cut from Winners at War, so I really just don't think Jeff would want him, but it could be one of those things where CBS is just like, guys, if we can get the first winner, we have to. But he's on House of Villains now. It seems like he's fine not coming back. So I'm not gonna like stick my neck out to put him on this list. I just don't think there's a world where he's one of the most likely candidates, but I don't think he's the least likely of the potentials.
I don't think he's the least likely. He's just he would not be a call I'd send. Yeah. There is something about the first winner being on the show that I can see that, but he wouldn't do that. I would say that saying bad things about Jeff or the show doesn't really do that because Russell has been back twice. Jerry Manty has been back twice. Like it's I just don't think that's necessarily a death knell. But I don't, especially in this era. One thing is you notice that they don't have challenges like that anymore where someone might be able to rub themselves up on someone else. That's not a thing anymore. So you would eliminate that kind of thing anyway, but I don't know. It feels like in this new era, that would feel like a step back.
Yes, and I feel like someone would call it out, which is
Right.
another thing too. If they had the like wide like agreement that no one bring up what Richard did to Sue, it's in the past, which is problematic. But then if someone's on the island and says it, that kind of taints the season in the way it tainted Island of the Idols, where someone brought up the sexual assault and they let it go and they didn't address it. So it would either be one of those situations where they'd hit the beach, someone would mention it, and Richard would like go home immediately, and then it's like that wasted a spot, or they let it go on and people are just uncomfortable about it. The audience is uncomfortable about it. So yeah, I don't think Richard's getting on. If we look at like who else could fit this legend slot, Kelly Wigglesworth came back. Ultimately, a pretty dud appearance on Second Chances. It was cool to see her again, but pretty dud. And then we also have Jenna, who came back. No one thought she'd be a good returnee, but then ends up playing much better on All Stars. She kind of is the one leading the charge to get out all the other winners on that season, which was pissing off the fans, but also like really good gameplay because all she needed to do was win that final challenge, and everyone's voting for her over Robin Amber. And then you have Jervis, who came back after such a long hiatus and waited to the final three with Tyson as his right-hand man, driving a lot of that strategy, kind of being the bad cop to Tyson's good cop there, which is crazy to say that Tyson would ever be the good cop in a situation because he is a villain. But Jervis was really kind of like the guy taking a lot of the heat while Tyson was sliding by. So I think there's a compelling case, I think mostly for Jervis or Jenna over Kelly personally, because I just don't think we need to see Kelly again. But between the two, I don't know, because Jervis has a cool story because he did play on a very recent season, but Jenna also has the upside of like she's still pretty young, like she's not one of the older people right now in the contention, and I think she would bring a lot of interesting stuff to a returning season because I still think she's underestimated. But what are your thoughts between like those two?
So here's how I feel about those two, because I agree that it was down to those two for me as well. Kelly Wigglesworth is great. I'm glad that she came back. It's just she didn't do it. She didn't do much for me on her first season, let alone on her second.
Right.
So it's like it's not a. So she's not. Those two, I love it because they're the last two Pagong, and they came back and did better, not against the Tagi tribe. So so I love that. I will say that Jervis, he does look really good in that season. And you mentioned like it's weird that he's the bad cop to Tyson's good cop, since Tyson is more of a villain. That's how Tyson villains. He villains from your good side. Like that's how he does it. And that's why I think that although it looked like Jervis was driving a lot of it, I think Tyson drove most of that from the good side. And that's why for me, Jenna, who impressed the hell out of me. Listen, Boston Rob is my second favorite Survivor contestant of all time. Obviously, I love his wife as well. Jenna Lewis should have won that season. Like I would have voted Jenna Lewis to win that season. Wow. I really, really enjoyed her on that season. So for me, it's Jenna.
Yeah,
personally.
I agree. I think Jenna would bring the most interesting strategy. Like I think Jervis, the thing is like I might have misspoken. Like Tyson was definitely driving the strategy and Jervis was riding his coattails. But when people looked at them as a unit, everyone was mad at Jervis. Jervis gets no votes. Tyson gets all the votes. Is what I'm saying. Because like Jervis was really just there to be kind of the distraction and take the heat in terms of all the arguments. Like I remember all those like Redemption Island duels where he would get into fights. And I think that could be really entertaining in 50, but it is a very old school mentality. He hitched up with Tyson. He was loyal. He was an alliance member. He made it all the way to the end. Didn't get any votes because he didn't really make any moves. Whereas Jenna played like a very new school game in a very old school way, which I think is very impressive, very cool. So yeah, I'm down to put Jenna on the cast. I think Jenna would be a really cool potential returnee. She played a very new school style game in an all-star season, and I think she would be a really cool returnee on 50 because she also is still very young. All right, second chancers. Who we thinking? I think there's a lot of cool prospects. A lot of people would say Colleen is like the number one get for production, but she has famously like ignored the calls to the point where like people can't even really track her down anymore. She's like really removed from Survivor. She really doesn't want to be a part of it.
She did her Rob Schneider movie, and she's fine. I was
gonna say. So she was the biggest celebrity actually outside of the Tagi 4 to come out of that season. She was one of the last Pagongs as well, and she had a good career because of it, I assume. But she has no interest in coming back. I think right now the top contenders. I know they keep trying to get Greg.
There's only one. There's only one for me. Okay. There's only one of all these people. Okay, listen. When I was watching this the first season, I was a super Christian young man. I know it seems like you think you know where I'm going, but I'm not. I was a super Christian boy.
You're not picking Jerry. I know you're not.
I was a very good boy, and I And I absolutely loved that there was a man on this show who was like, I'm a Christian. I brought my Bible. And I was so mad at Rudy when he was like, I would have brought my Bible if I needed toilet paper or whatever, or something to burn. Like, I was so mad at him. I even emailed Dirk after the show was over, or after he had been eliminated. I remember, I don't remember if it was after the show or if he was eliminated, but anyway, I emailed him because you could get people's emails back then. I emailed him and I was like, listen, I know you didn't win, but to me, you're the sole survivor, SOUL, because he loved the Lord. That's not me anymore. But as I was watching this season back again for my recent rewatch, I'm like, God, this dude did nothing. He did nothing but be a Christian. That's literally the only thing that I could find that I would have enjoyed about this guy. So obviously it's not him. For me, Greg 100%.
Okay,
it was the guy that everybody said during that show, at the end of that show, everybody was like, who should have won? And everybody's like, Greg. Like, the castmates, the Toggy Four were like, Greg should have won this show. Like, it was like, Greg was a good player. He was funny. He was just a little too quirky, I think, to make it far enough in the show. Because, I don't know, he didn't maybe take it to the next level that he needed to stay.
Yeah.
He was too busy being a little bit quirky, but he was funny and he was really good at playing. So for me, it's Greg, 100%.
Yeah. Well, and also the Pagongs in general weren't very strategic. They didn't realize that aspect of the game because no one knew. Richard and Sue were the only ones who really broke that. So I don't blame Greg for that, but Greg is probably the biggest character outside of like Richard, Sue, and Rudy of that season. You have Sean with the alphabet thing, which I think is compelling, but like I wouldn't need to see him back. I think there's also an argument to be had for Gretchen because she is the kind of recipient of that big Toggy uprising where it's like 5 to 1 to 1 to 1 to 1 to 1, and they're like, oh shoot, they all aligned together. That's how this went down. But I think Greg is the obvious pick. They've been trying to get him. I believe he was like almost gonna be on Blood vs. Water, but then he just like couldn't commit to it contractually with his work. So I think Greg is still someone who's on their radar, and I do think if they want someone from the first season, I think Jenna and Greg are still young enough now, and I think Jervis as well would be a potential where they would give them the call. I think I would love to see one of the three of them at least back because I think having that first season representation would be good. But yeah, I'm really happy with this. Jenna and Greg as our first two recipients. Is there anyone else you want to note? A potential wild card? We don't have to lock anyone in for a wild card either. We can always like keep a short list and then at the end kind of pick our wild cards from it. But is there anyone else you want to note? Obviously, Rudy, rest in peace, would have been a contender if he was younger and able, but no.
If there was if she would, Sue would have been obviously my pick, as I said before, but she's obviously can't. Stacey Stillman, there's something about how she was kind of treated on there that makes me wish that she would come back and get another shot, but that's not going to happen. So Sean was my other, when I made lists, I made two of each type of person to talk about. Sean was my other one, only for the redemption for him, so that maybe this time he could not ruin everybody's game and his own.
Right.
But
so it's gonna be Jenna and Greg from this group. Moving on to Australia now. We're a half hour in and we still have the 45 seasons left, but hey, I think the first season devoted, we devoted some time also talking about our experiences. This one's a little harder, I think, for second chances because so much of the cast has come back here. I mean, we've had Alicia come back, we've had Varner come back, we've had Kimmy come back, Scoobin come back, we've had Amber back, Colby back, Jerry back, Tina back. So really the second chances are slim pickings, and Elizabeth has famously gone on the record saying she doesn't want to come back. She's also now like very much a face of like right-wing politics on the news.
We don't want her.
And Roger is way too old. So Marilyn's probably way too old. I would love to see Mad Dog back. So it's like really tough because I'm like, who is eligible and actually willing and able? And I guess the person who made it the furthest is Nick Brown, but like, do we need to see Nick back?
No, here's who we need.
Made it furthest. I'm
gonna make this. But I'm gonna make this real easy. This real easy. Kel needs to answer for his granola or his beef jerky.
Beef jerky,
situation.
Really?
He needs to, because here's the thing. One of the biggest disappointments in Survivor history for me is that Jeff didn't ask him at the reunion if he ate beef jerky or not. He didn't. He didn't mention it. So he needs to come back. He needs to answer for his beef jerky and maybe do a little better, because that's the only reason he went, is because someone saw him put something in his mouth.
Honestly,
Uh,
okay, I like this because in my brain I'm like, how would he ever get the call for 50? But now I'm thinking about it. If you're looking at second chances and you're looking at like we need to pull someone from the very first few seasons, he has a compelling case because of that. I think honestly 3 of them do. I think Kel does because of that. The what if he didn't have the beef jerky or if he actually was not caught or something. Mitchell I think has it because that was the first big vote flip in Survivor where Tina votes out
yeah.
Mitchell. That's a big moment. But I think Mitchell was doing very badly out there because of his height and his like lankiness. He was not healthy out there. It was tough for him because he's very very tall. And then Keith, he is the only person to not win the game or not make final tribal to make it more than 39 days because this was a 42-day season. So he made it to like day 40 or 41. So like that's something to be said about Keith, but I don't think Keith would come back. I don't think Keith was a compelling enough presence. So I think it would be between Kel and Mitchell for me, though I do think Kel has the most intrigue. So I you know what, I'm down for that. Let's do it. Just because like what are the realistic chances that anyone from this cast is going to get a second call that isn't one of the legends, So,
Right.
you know what? I'm down. Let's make him our second chancer. Now, the legend. This is where it's tough. This is where it gets really tough. I mean, Tina's getting older, but she did get she was, I believe, an alternate for 40, which is crazy to me. Why they wouldn't just like put her on because she is such a legend. And I am a big Tina fan, but also you have the Colby and Jerry dynamic. You also have another winner in Amber, but I think Amber is also kind of done. Like I don't see a need for Amber to come back again. I think it's between those 4 though. But unless you want to talk about Alicia or Kimmy, where's your head at? I think Colby and Jerry are the way I'm looking right now, but it's tough. I don't know.
Okay, for me, it's between Alicia and Jerry. So it might just be Jerry. I had Jerry actually on a different season for her to come back from that season.
Okay.
But let me tell you, until the day my mother passed away, and then until the day my sister passed away, we would quote something to each other when it felt appropriate, and that was, "I will always wave my finger in your face." There's just I've always liked her, but also like she has that, I have that sentimental connection to her. Jerry, I think, is a very good player who kind of doesn't who gets pegged as a certain type of player, and that's why she doesn't last very long. Or sometimes she lasts all right, but I think that she is a good player, and I do enjoy her. And she's the first person I feel like to ever stand up to Jeff Probst for things, and so I really dig it.
I really like the idea of Jerry coming back. I think after Heroes vs. Villains getting 4th place, I was like, okay, how much more do we have to see of Jerry? She literally came 1 vote away from probably winning. She probably beats Parvati and Russell. Maybe doesn't beat Sandra, but like in that scenario, Sandra's in 4th anyway. So like I really think Jerry wins that game if she gets to the end because people liked her, people respected her game. But the thing is, like, that for me was the arc for Jerry. But there's also something so tempting about, like, okay, that was the first time she actually got to play because she was with other villains. She wasn't the villain. The first 2 seasons, she was the villain. So that was, like, her problem. The third time around. Now, having gone through that arc, now how does she play when she's older? Is she still looked at as a villain? Or is she looked at as more of a hero? Like, does it revert back to the old Jerry? The only thing with me is, though, I would love to see Jerry, but I feel like if you have Jerry, I would also really love to see Colby with her. Just because I feel like that dynamic is so much of what Survivor is built on that I'm almost like, if you get Jerry, you have to get Colby too. But I might not be, that might not need to be the case. What are your thoughts on Colby?
Well, okay, so I thought Colby should have won that season back when I watched it. I don't know that I feel that way anymore. I'm not a Tina fan necessarily, but I have come to appreciate her win a little bit more than I used to. Colby, I turned on Colby because of Jerry when they were back together. And he was like, "Yeah, we stick together." And then in the talking heads, he was like, "She will not leave me alone." And I'm like, "You motherfucker!" That pissed me off so much. I'm sorry if that pissed me off so much that he would act like she was being like a stalker to him when she was just trying to play the freaking game, and a game that honestly we find out with each returning time, he's not as good at as we think he is. The first time we thought he was real good. He had some diminishing returns, let me tell you, each time we saw him.
No, I agree. And even though his best, he has a good placement in Heroes vs. Villains, he's the best placing hero. I feel like that was just such a dud of a Colby appearance that I really don't know what else we're going to get from him either. Unless he does have this like rejuvenated, like, okay, the last time I played, I was just like so in it for the adventure, not the strategy, and it really pissed me off. But this time I actually want to get my head in the game with the strategy. But like, you can talk about that, but when you're out there, are you going to deliver? I think Jerry's still going to deliver. I think both of them, their arcs are pretty complete and pretty fulfilled. I honestly think all these returnees are, like, even Alicia. I didn't love her in All Stars. I didn't think she brought a lot. Like, she was just never on really my radar. And I don't know, even though she hasn't said she wouldn't come back, I just don't know how likely it is that they'd want her back or ask her back, even though she has that iconic moment. And then Tina's just getting a little old, even though I love Tina, but also her Blood vs. Water game, I feel like, is a good, like, full arc for her. That's what's really interesting. Amber has a full arc too. Like, they all have really fulfilled arcs, some of them worse than others, like Varner and Scoopin and Kimmy. But like, I really do think, I don't know, I feel like of the names I think we both agreed on, I think Jerry is the most intriguing prospect for this, right? All right, cool. So we're going to put Jerry on. I'm putting the most recent cast photo because that's how they would most likely appear in 50. So Jerry is going to be taking her place there next to Kel, which is real so quick, fun.
You mentioned something about Kimmy. Is Kimmy canceled or just had a bad story?
I don't want to misquote what it was exactly said, but there was something said online. I don't remember what it was in regards to, but something that like didn't get her canceled, but got her not too favorably amongst the Survivor community. I can't exactly speak for what it is right now because I don't want to misquote it, but it was something though that is not like at the level of Scoopin or Varner, but it's not like, you know, it's one of those things where everyone's just kind of like, Kimmy.
She was on my list, but I accidentally had her on a second chancers because I forgot she came back. So
right, and that's another thing too. Like, she came back, and I think she did more with her comeback than Wigglesworth did. But it kind of
I think I was remembering her second time when I was thinking about how I liked her. But yeah,
all right, let's talk about Africa. Sadly, we just lost Kim Johnson. Very sad. Rest in peace. So she's obviously not eligible. Silas is also not eligible for obvious reasons. And while I don't think he said it's a definitive no, Ethan had a really miserable experience on Edge of Extinction that I don't necessarily know if he would come back. You know, a lot of like the new school, old school mentality of just like not really fitting in necessarily, but also the toll it took on his body carrying all those logs. Even though Ethan of this list is a person I always want to see back most. I love Ethan, but I really think there is a clear legend that I would love to see. I don't know if we're on the same page of it, but I would love to see Lex. I'd love to see Lex back.
Thank God.
Yeah. Oh, you thought it was just Big Tom? No.
I know you also like Big Tom, and I hate Big Tom.
I don't like Big. I liked Big Tom for the context of the time, but I would not want to see Big Tom on a new season.
Okay, that makes sense. I hate Big Tom. I love Lex. The biggest problem with Lex was that he was Big Tom's lackey during this season. When he comes back and gets screwed over by Rob, that's the Lex I really love. But yes, I agree. Lex was number one on my list. In fact, I think he's the only. I think I only had one person on my list from this season for the I think Lex is the number one. I think if Ethan were like really like I want to get back out there, I would have been like, yeah, Ethan's a contender. But I just think Lex has so much stories. Sorry, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
Ethan's story is also just so complete. He got sick, came back, and did great. And so like I think that his story is kind of complete. Like,
whereas Lex's story of like coming in, cutting Ethan, even though he was like, listen, it's a game, bud. And then a week later being like, what the hell, Rob? We're friends. And it's like the most hypocritical thing of all time. Lex's All-Star Stories is one of the funniest, like, tragic downfalls of a character who really had it together. If they vote out Amber instead of Jerry, the final three is likely Lex, Kathy, and Jerry. Like, and Lex probably wins if he doesn't piss off a lot of people, and if not, Jerry wins, and we would have loved to see that too. So I really
think it comes down to Lex and Jerry if that happens. I agree.
That'd be crazy. But yeah, I think we collectively agree there. And then honestly, for second chancers, I think there's also a kind of obvious one. I don't know if you feel the same way, but I think T-Bird. I think T-Bird. She didn't make it onto the first second chances. I remember when she was on the ballot, everyone was like, yeah, T-Bird is going to make it on. And then she didn't. And it was a big shock. And since then, she's really kind of taken it with strife and like gone on. She has an RHAP, Rob has a podcast show, talking with T-Bird. She like kind of, her whole thing is like talking to older alumni, is kind of catching up. She just is such a sweet lady and really wants to play again. And I really wanted to see her on that second chances cast. And in retrospect, I probably would have liked to see her more now than like Kelly Wigglesworth or Kimmy, given how they performed on that season. I just think we were really deprived of the T-Bird 2.0. She was really one of the only main antagonists to Lex and Tom. Like when she cast that vote, and then Lex is like, "Who voted for me?" and he's going crazy trying to think of like, like I think she would be such a good like presence in the new era because she played a more new school game in an old era. But are there any other names you're considering for Africa or?
No, this is the only one for me as well. This is one where I don't remember a ton about it because it's not something. There weren't a lot of moments that really stuck with me. But as much as I disliked Big Tom, the person who was going against Big Tom is definitely on my list. So
yeah, so T-Bird, yeah, I think she's just like the most likely choice as well, because I think Survivor, they put her on the ballot, so they obviously wanted her back. I mean, I don't think they would have put anyone on Second Chance's ballot that they didn't want back, even though the fans didn't vote her back. I think now, because they didn't vote her back, more fans are more vocal about wanting her back now. Her and Shane were the big surprises on Second Chance that didn't make it. So I think if anyone from that initial ballot is going to still get the call, even though it was Troy, Zane, and Brad, they did call after the fact, I think she would also be one of those people. All right, let's move on to Marquesas. This has a big name, but we also saw them play 5 seasons, so we could always hold off till later if you want. But I'd
like to put him in the. I'd like to put him in the wild card bin, and then we can use him later if we need it. But if not, he has to be a wild card. Like he has to be on this show.
So I'm not gonna put anyone on the wild cards yet. I'll start a running list, and at the end we can add them to wild cards. But Boston Rob is the one we're talking about. Boston Rob will make our list at some point, because like, how could you not have 50? If you are doing legends for 50, I think it would make sense to call Rob. Will he answer? I don't necessarily know. I think if you give him enough like incentive to do it, he would. But I feel like his story also kind of ended with 40. But it's Boston Rob. You can never count him out. He's going to be on Traders. He was on Deal or No Deal Island. Like, he clearly loves doing this. There was a rumor he was going to be on Celebrity Big Brother at the time. So like, I think there's a chance he won Amazing Race or came in second or something. So like, I think he's, very clearly always going to be in the pool, but I don't know if we need to waste the Marquesas spot on him if there's someone more intriguing.
Exactly.
But is there someone more intriguing, Matt? Because there are 2 other options here. One who has returned for All Stars but is slightly older now, and then one who won the game, who is the first Black winner and helped kind of spawn this diversity initiative with Vesepia. So I'd be curious.
Vesepia actually is my list. It is on my list as Rob is my second option, just because I know we've got other options for him. Vesepia is the thing.
I agree.
She is an underrated winner. I don't. It kind of sucks that she's not talked about more, because she deserved her win. Obviously, she gets overshadowed by some of the other bullshit that's going on that season. And I think that it's a shame that she doesn't get her flowers, and I think it's time for her to get her flowers. Like, she is. For me, she was the first name I wrote down for this season. It was Vesepia. Yeah. We need her back.
Yeah,
in fact, she hasn't come back is insane.
The other name that I was talking about was Kathy, but I just think she's too old at this point. I think to put someone in their late 60s on the island, I just don't know if it would be as healthily wise of the show to do. Also, Kathy was one of the people who kind of dismissed Sue's assault claims in All Stars, and I will never really forget that. As much as people love Kathy, I feel towards Kathy the way I think you do towards Tina, where I just never got the hype. I never really understood it. I understand the impressive gameplay here, but I've never been a Kathy fan. Whereas Vesepia, I think she's super underrated. She obviously wants to come back. She didn't get the call for 40, which has me a little worried that she wouldn't be considered by production, but that was before the whole diversity initiative, Black Lives Matter campaign, where a lot of the Survivor alums, the Black Survivor alums, got on Zoom calls and like helped place this diversity initiative for CBS. And her and the guy right to her left were very big in doing that, which I think is really cool. So I think Vesepia, if there's a time to bring her back, it would be for 50. I don't think it's likely, but I think of the winners who didn't get the call for Winners at War, she's one of the most likely of that group. So I'd love to see Vesepia back. And then we look at second chances. Is there a compelling second chance case for you, Matt? Because I'm looking at like 2 possible contenders here, but I want to hear your thoughts.
I think you already alluded to him. The one that I think that Sean deserves not only a second chance at the game, just to get a second chance at the game. I think he is owed a second edit of his game. I think that there was too much of the angry black man edited into his, too much. They focused too much on that being his story, I feel. And I think that there is and maybe that's who he is, his personality, and that's completely fine if that is. But I feel like he did not get the edit he probably should have gotten. And I think for me, that's why he deserves that second chance.
Yeah, I mean, so much of the strategy of Marquesas is so interesting because it is that like big vote flip, and I think Sean is one of the most fascinating figures of that season. I think he's funny. I think he's charismatic. He has good energy, and again, he like helped really kind of change the game in terms of Survivor casting, which cannot be
Hmm.
overlooked. I think of
Right.
all these players, I'm most intrigued to see him back. I would also say John Carroll is one that I'd love to see back as well. But I think John Carroll, his big story is him and Rob. He was kind of the Lex before Lex, where it was like him versus Rob, and he got out Rob, and he was confident and cocky, and then he got sniped right after by Vesepia and Sean and Nalia and Pascal and Kathy. So I do think there's an intriguing story to John Carroll, but the story for Sean is just so much more there for me. So I would agree. I think Sean is the second chance pick if we have to. And I do think having Sean and Vesepia back together would actually be really cool. It's kind of
Yeah.
like the idea of Kimmy and Varner coming back together on second chances, even though they never got to play together because Varner was pre-merge and we found out later was also not a good person, but like there's that intrigue as well of like two people who played on the season together way back when coming back all this time later, having done so much for the community. I think it'd be really cool. But
Hmm.
and then Rob we have in our wild card slot, but we could also slot him in All Stars, Redemption Island, Heroes vs Villains. We will find a place for Rob eventually. So fret and hot. Anyone else you want to bring up from the cast?
Pascal's probably too old, or I hope not dead. He's not dead.
Not dead.
Not dead, but probably just too old.
He's old and not the biggest fan of his politics, but
okay. I don't know anything about
but
that.
Pappy loved him on the island. He was my favorite of that season when I was watching it. So like
Mm.
great character for that season, but I think it's just not his time. And yes, he is too old. If Kathy's too old, he's definitely too old.
Yeah.
Also Gina Cruz, surprisingly in stats, the most confessionals for a pre-merger ever, which is in terms of ratio
Ever?
to time. I believe so. Like in terms of ratio to episodes and visibility.
More
Like
than Banu?
I think Banu had more because of the 90-minute episodes, but if you look
Okay,
at
gotcha.
ratio, I think it's Gina Cruz. I believe I
gotcha.
read that
Okay.
somewhere. So very interesting because I don't really remember her too well, but I think that's a cool stat. I know
Yeah.
Jeff really liked her, tried to give her the call for All Stars, but I don't think Gina Cruz's time has come anymore.
Mhm.
But here we go, Thailand. I
All
think
right, so
there's a tough task we got here. For
I
Thailand.
alluded to this one earlier, where there's not a legend or an all-star I care about, or legend or a second chancer I care about coming back for this one.
I mean,
That's not to say that there aren't people worth. Sheehan, I think, is the only legend that's eligible because
Yes.
Brian is a hard no from me.
Brian's a hard no, and he won't get the call. Jeff will not let him come back.
Yeah. So I think Sheehan's the only legend option at this point, and I think probably the only one one of the only ones I care about that I would care about at all anyway.
Yeah, Sheehan, She-Devil. I really like Sheehan, especially in All Stars because she is like the one who's just not with any other groups. She's very much the outsider, but like that is so exciting to watch, even though she doesn't really capitalize on that. I think that one challenge that she wins later in the merge is just so fun because like she kind of is the target and then comes out of nowhere to win it, and then they have to start like making some moves. And I believe I forget who goes home around that time. It might be like around the Alicia boot, maybe a little later. I forget who that boot is, but that mid-merge portion. I like Sheehan a lot on All Stars. I wouldn't have said Sheehan based on Thailand. I thought she was fine, but like nothing special. But her All Stars appearance, I think, sells me on Sheehan.
I agree.
Any thoughts on second chance, Matt? Or
okay, there's one. I think I only have one on my list.
Okay.
And that is a similar. Yeah, I only have one. I only had one legend and one second timer for this, just because I was like, gosh, this is a task. My only second chancer is similar to some of the other picks that I've had, which is that they need a fair shake in the new era, which is Gandia, who
that's mine as well. Yep.
Who was basically assaulted, called it out, and then got sent home.
Yeah, I agree. I think Gandia, if anyone is owed a second chance, if there is a second chance and you have one from every season, she's the one because she Helen was the best game player of the second chance options.
Yeah,
like Helen was good, but I think Gandia has the story. She has the arc for it. Ted made it to Final Five. Very similar to Island of the Idols, Final Five. And it's just like how do you let this happen? Or I guess Spilo was Final Six, but either way, Gandia was given a very poor shake out there, not a fair shake at all. The only other one I also would have considered, I really like Jake Billingsley, but he's also way too old at this point. But Yeah, just not a lot of good options for Thailand. Just not a great cast. Any wild cards here, Matt?
No wild cards. I will
All
say
right.
that. Just one more thing about
Yeah.
Gandia is that this season was tough. Just because I knew about Brian, like when it first started. Like at first, I was like, "Hey, I like this guy." I'm watching the whole like Ted Gandia thing happen, and then you see her get gaslit in real time, and then be like almost turn into the villain, all by the edit. Like the edit was so unkind to her.
Kind of what happened with Sue. Yeah, it's just very unfortunate. It's just they weren't with the times yet, or that wasn't the time yet, and then that's sad. Yeah.
Also, I haven't hate as far as personality goes. I have never hated anyone on this show as much as I hate Rob. From this season.
Oh, no, but I will say there is an intrigue to the fact that he played when he was a kid, and like now as an adult, would he turn it around? I don't know what his like political views.
I could see that. Yeah.
Like, but like you're the guy who literally choked Clay out in the attack zone challenge. Like, how do you do on a second? I think
he was the first person to ever get booted from a challenge, right?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
I honestly think there's a lot of appeal to see some of these people like back just to see out of fascination what would happen. Honestly, if you were still alive, I would even love to see what happens if you bring Clay back. I love when he writes "Goodbye Denver Diva" on the thing, and Jeff's like, "Who wrote this?" I have to ask, who wrote this? What does this mean? He's like, it's Gandia. He's like, all right, next time write the name, idiot. Like, I love moments like that, even though I don't know if Clay was the best person or what. You know, I don't want to speak ill of the dead, obviously, but I do think Clay would at least be entertaining if he were an option. But yeah, I think there's just so much controversy in this season that I feel like Gandia would be the only way to like kind of right any wrongs there. And then I think Xi'an is the only one there that I think you could even call a legend at this point. So that's going to be our picks for Thailand. Amazon, this is fun. This is exciting. I think there's some exciting conversations here to be had about Amazon. But I think the elephant in the room is Mr. RHAP himself, Mr. Rob Cesternino.
Put him on there.
Does he get the call? Okay, yeah. Does he get the call though? And does he want to come back? I don't know, but like, how cool would that be to see Rob back? I would love it.
I feel like it would be silly that if he didn't get the call, because there's no chance that he isn't a driving factor in the success of Survivor currently, keeping interest in Survivor currently. I think that you kind of have to, and I think that if he's asked, he kind of has to. Like you do a show about it, you've been on it, it kind of feels like it's the right thing to do. I mean, I don't know. I say Rob, and it probably is Rob, but Jenna,
I really like Jenna, and that's the only thing is like I really think she obviously quit the game for very respectable reasons. She didn't quit because she was tired or anything. Like she quit because her mom was passing away. Like I get it. And I just really like the idea of Jenna playing again older. You know, she played when she was a kid and still won the game. Like how she would play on a return. She played on the Amazing Race with Ethan, but they didn't last very far. Like I would really like to see Jenna come back, but I also don't think it's as likely as Rob, obviously. Though I do think there's some intriguing prospect to both of them, honestly. But I do think Rob is definitely my number one though. Like if I could get someone, like I'm gonna put him on because I think Rob, if he wants to come back, I would love to see him back. It's the logistics of like he's been so inside with the podcast, but he's not working for CBS. This is his own thing, and like yes, he's well acquainted, but how does that work in a new school Survivor season when everyone knows you and you're everyone's friend? Does that make you a target, or does that make you the guy everyone wants to align with? And I think that would be really cool to see for Rob, and I think he would get a fairer shake than he did on All Stars when he was on a tribe with a 10th placer in Rob, a 10th placer in Alicia, an 8th placer in Amber, you know, all these players who didn't make it far. He's the only one who almost won the season on his tribe. Of course he was going home early. Like if they had put him on a tribe with any winners, he wouldn't. So it's really, he got not a fair shake in All Stars. So yeah,
I agree. If I could just quickly about this season, when I first started watching this season, and I remember watching part of it, if not all of it, back when it first aired, but I didn't remember anything about it. So when I'm watching it on my rewatch, on my binge watch, it starts, it's like, all right, men versus women. I was like, this seems like such a bad idea. The women on this season were so badass. Honestly, I love Rob. If a woman didn't win the Amazon season, it would have felt wrong. Like I love that Jenna won that season. She is one of those. It's interesting because she's one of those. She has a story arc within the season, which is that like she seems worthless at first, and then by the time she wins, she deserves to win, and I love that about her story.
I love it too. It reminds me very much of Natalie White.
Yeah.
But the difference is Natalie White sat next to Russell, whereas this would have been like if Jenna had beat Rob, I think it would have been a lot more controversial. But because she beat Matthew, who everyone was just looking at as like a psycho, which I think there's a cool, interesting prospect about potentially bringing Matthew back. But like for the safety of the castaways, I don't know. Oh, Matthew's sharpening his machete. Don't worry about it. Like, I don't know. It's tough to find a second chance because I agree that the women are so badass. Like, the one I would love to see back is Heidi, but like, does she want to do it? She's married to, I believe, a baseball player, Cole. I forget his last name. Cole Hamels, maybe Cole something. But yeah, she's married to an MLB player. She's like super, successful and happy with her life. I would love to see Heidi back though, and I also love to see Dina back. I think she's very underrated. Just such a fun force. She was kind of the big driving force of the women, and then Rob sussed that out, sniped her out with Alex, and then he sniped Alex out after that. Like, I think there's so many good potential second chancers from this cast also. Right. And then we also have Christy, first deaf woman to play, which is also
Christy. I like Christy more than I think the edit wanted me to. And maybe probably more than the rest of the cast liked her. I thought that people expected her to placate them just because she was deaf, like be more submissive to them because she was deaf, and she wasn't. She was her own badass person. So I really like Christy, and she's on my list, and I would really like to see that. I don't know that she would take a call because I don't think she had a very good time. Matt is on top of my list. Matthew is on top of my list. not because I want to see him more. Mostly because I want to see. Listen, they've got to do a psych evaluation of these people before they come. I don't want to endanger anyone. I do want to see him older, hopefully less scary, and see just kind of how he plays when he's doesn't seem to be having flashbacks or whatever's happening to him. Like, Matt is the top of my list. Honestly, if I were actually choosing, it would probably be Heidi. But Matthew was at the top of my list. So I'm going to leave that to you because I feel like
because I'm leaning Dina. So I'm like, we got Dina, Heidi.
Well, Dina's on my list too. So I really like Dina as well. Realistically, she doesn't have as much of an impression in my mind.
I think they would call Heidi first of those three, but I think Heidi's also the least likely to say yes. I think Dina and Matthew would be more likely, but I also don't know if they're likely to call Dina over Matthew. You're leaving it to me, really? Ugh. I mean, my first instinct was Dina, but
let's do it. Here's the thing: Dina's on my list too. And I really like Dina. I think it's probably safest, especially if Heidi is probably less likely and Matthew is probably unsafe. So let's do.
I mean, I would love to see Heidi back. I think she'd be the obvious pick if she were willing, but I just don't know if she would be. So I like Dina there. We could also like open up potentially Matthew as a wild card. Let me put him on the short list just in case.
Matthew's been a wild card since Amazon, you know what I'm saying?
That's right. Speaking of some very wild out there personalities, let's talk about Pearl Islands, because we've gotten arguably 3 of the biggest characters of all time on this season, and we can only put one definitively on our list right now. All 3 of them have played later, and there are wildcard slots, so there's a good chance all 3 of them could make it on. But I think there's an obvious 3 elephants in the room: Johnny Fairplay, and Sandra.
Yeah, listen, this was I watched this one.
But like, I don't
know. I don't like Andrew Savage. He's on my list, but I don't like Andrew Savage.
He's a good presence on the show, but like, I don't want to see him again.
The fact that he won't shut up about Rupert stealing his shoes bothers me a lot. It's been 20 years, however long it's been. Anyway, I watched this season live as it happened. Not as it was filmed, but as it aired. I wasn't there. No, I watched this season in real time because I knew the very first day, the very first episode, when I saw my man Rupert steal those shoes, I was like, this guy's the guy. And I watched it, and I was so sad when he got voted out. I thought it was awful. I was so glad that he won that very, very controversial $1 million. Because I was like, yes, because he's awesome. He's still my number one player of all time.
Mhm.
Do we put him? Do we waste somebody who's definitely going to be in our on our list for this season, or do we?
That's the question.
He's going to be in our wild cards if not.
He's going to be on our wild cards if he's not, but he also has the eligibility of being on Heroes vs. Villains. He has the eligibility of All Stars, and he has the eligibility of Blood vs. Water. So, like, I think we can get Rupert on here eventually. The question is, do we want to maybe let this be the Fair Play slot if we think Fair Play should come back? The question is, he and Jeff also had a little bit of a burning of bridges, but it seems like that is resolved. And it seems like he's very active. I've heard that it's more likely he might say yes to Australian Survivor more than this Survivor just because he hates the whole 26 days. But I also think there's something funny of if they are willing to give him enough cash, if Fair Play would be like, fine, I'll play, just to kind of like show him, hey, 26 days is hard too. Even though I agree, I think 39 is like the ideal length of Survivor. I think it'd be funny to have him on after he criticized the 26 days thing so much. But I also just don't know if he's on the priority of their list, especially because he also technically quit Micronesia, even though he did get voted out. And then there's Sandra, who also is going to be eligible to put on later down the line too. And I think she's also someone who would obviously get the call if it is a Legends thing. So I would be fine with any of them. I would even put Rupert on here. I just think we have other chances to put him on. I think if we are putting on Fair Play, we should put him on here because I don't think we'll be able to do it in Micronesia. But it's a question of if we think Fair Play should be one of these 100 slots or not.
Okay. I'm a wrestling fan from way back. I don't watch anymore, but I'm a wrestling fan from way back. As a wrestling fan, I absolutely hate Johnny Fairplay, which means I absolutely love Johnny Fairplay. He's one of the greatest heels I've ever seen. He's so good at the show. His grandma lie is legendary. I know a lot of people get upset about that kind of stuff. I don't. I think I think that's incredible. I understand his fellow castmates being lied to, being angry with him about it, but I think he's very good at this game, or he was in Pearl Islands. I understand his girlfriend was pregnant. He was on the fence about it. He had just had surgery. I don't blame him for his manufactured quit.
And I believe he like hit his head on the boat when he was looking for getting the idol when they all had to run. They all had to run. So the beginning of Micronesia, for anyone who doesn't remember, they had to run at the boats and like grab the immunity idol off the boat, and like Yao Man tackled him and Johnny Fairplay like hit his head, and he had not been able to take his pain meds. He had just gotten like tooth surgery a few weeks ago. So it kind of like triggered all the pain in his head or whatever. So he was just having like bad migraines also. So yeah, it's like one of those manufactured quits. Almost kind of like Jenna with All Stars, where it's like, okay, we understand why you're leaving, but at the time, I don't know if Fair Play, if Probst understood why Fair Play was leaving, and I think he was upset. Also because Fair Play, he's a huge get to get on a season, and for him to go out first, it was kind of like, ugh, you deprived us of so much. Even though I'd argue Micronesia was great with or without Fair Play, based on what we got. But I don't know. I think there's something about Survivor 50 where it's like, if they can get Fair Play on Survivor 50. If this is a celebration of all 50 seasons, like I think it makes sense for Fair Play to be on. It makes sense at the call,
especially in an era where they say they're not editing villains anymore. You don't have to edit Johnny Fairplay as a villain,
right? True, you can give him a redemption. Oh, true. You can give him but also you can give him a redemptive hero arc too if you want.
You can give him a redemptive hero arc, but if you want a villain, if you love that drama, but aren't going to edit someone into a villain.
Yeah,
Johnny Fairplay's your guy. He's going to do it regardless. But if he gets a hero redemption, that's awesome too. Yeah. He's a wrestling guy. He went to after this. He went and became a wrestler. He understands the power of a face turn, and he could do that.
Yeah, absolutely. And now he has kids, and like I think that could be intriguing. It's funny, the whole villain thing. It's like I think they said originally they weren't going to cast villains anymore, and it was like a question of, okay, does that mean you're not going to like make anyone look like a villain, or does that mean you're not going to cast like bad people? Like I think the quote, I think it would have been better for Jeff to say, like, we're not going to cast anyone that is going on the show purposely to be villainous. But I think the way he said it made it sound like they just weren't going to have villains anymore, which was so funny because afterwards you get literally Q, Liz, and Venus and Tevin in the same season. So I'm like, you know what? Like, I don't know. So I do like the idea of saving Rupert and Sandra and giving Fair Play the slot. Do you like that idea?
I do.
Okay, Cool. So I'm going to do that. And now the question becomes who our second chancer is, because I think there's not a clear, like this person hasn't returned, this person needs to return. I think Savage was that person, and then they did put him on second chances, and he came back. I think there's potential. Krista made it very far. She's a likable person. I think Burton's likable as well, even though Burton technically did get a second chance because he came back from the Outcast twist. Same as Lil, even though I don't think Lil's coming back. I don't want to see Lil back. There's an intrigue to Austin as the first quitter coming back, but they would never let it happen. Tijuana is a likable figure out there. I don't know though. There's no one that's like jumping out at me as like this person needs to come back more than those other three. Is there anyone?
Well, there's not really, like, when I was looking at the season, I was like, gosh, there's so many good names. There's also a lot of names I don't particularly care about so much. Right. All the names you mentioned are probably right. It's a shame. It's honestly a shame that if Austin wanted to redeem himself, that he wouldn't be able to.
No,
I feel like he's the first quitter. I feel like there is an angle to this that would be so good, but it's not going to happen. I wish that if he was eligible and that they would send him that letter and that we could put him on here, because that would be a really cool redemption for him going from quitting to whatever he does.
Yeah. And then you also run the risk though of also like he gets out there and he's like, yeah, you're right, I hate this, and leaves again.
Yeah, this is why I quit.
Yeah. Whereas I think Fair Play, if he were going to come back out there, they would at least make sure he didn't quit again, because I think Fair Play
would make Jeff upset, and that would probably make some fans upset. That would also be really funny in a very interesting way, and funny in the way in I can't think of an example, not in the way of like Francesca getting voted out first twice. Like that was not funny.
No.
But if there would be an element of funny to it. But Lillian is just it's like a character. It's like a cartoon character. So there is part of me that's like, maybe her, but not really. Honestly, for me, it's Burton, and only because he was kind of a douche on that season, and I'd like to see I'd like to see him come back and maybe not be a douche. Maybe we get some of that backstory they've been doing in these recent seasons, and we find out that he's all right.
Yeah, I don't mind Burton as the choice. I think, a lot of people saying, well, it would be his third chance. Like, come on, like you played on a season. This is your second chance to play the game again. Like, right. I think Burton makes most sense. I think he's the biggest character of the people who didn't return. And I do think, he did have, was he aligned? He was aligned with Fair Play, right? And he was against Rupert, correct? That's where he fell, I believe.
Yes, and then he got burned by Fair Play, right?
Yeah, he could create a cool dynamic because he made it all the way, I believe, to like fourth place. As like Johnny Fairplay's right-hand man. But there you go. Yeah, we're going to put Burton on there tentatively, keeping Sandra and Rupert in the wings. They will get their chance to come back, and it could be right here because the first All-Stars is here. And we've kind of, talked about a lot of these people. We've already put Rob Sesternino on the list. We've already put Lex on the list. We've already put Sheehan. We've already put Jenna Lewis. We've already put Jerry. And now we have to fill in 2 more slots. So this is going to be fun. We've kind of eliminated Richard. We've eliminated Rudy, obviously, for sad purposes. We've kind of eliminated Ethan and Amber, I would say, and Sue and Tom. So this kind of leaves the following. We have Alicia, who I'm not as sold on, but I know Matt really loves. We have Boston Rob. We have Colby. We have Jenna. We have Kathy, who I think is too old, so maybe we roll her out. We also have Rupert, and we have Tina. Of those, Matt, do you think this is where we want to slide in Rob or Rupert? Or both?
No, I think we need to save them as well because they both they both played so many times. Okay. I think that this is our opportunity to kind of right the right we did by putting Rob in the last in Amazon, by putting Jenna on our All-Stars on this one. Again, for the same reasons I just said, I wish we could have put her on the other one. I think that's the reason to put her here. It's she had a great arc in Amazon. I'd like to see where she is now, a little bit older. Maybe she's learned even more through her years. I'm interested in that.
And if anyone has like a second chance of this season, it is hers because she never got to finish this second chance. So this would kind of be her second chance. So it fits. And then the other spot, I think the most promising, despite them playing again later, I do think there is still an intrigue of having Tina or Colby come back for me. And I do think, if we're looking at all-stars, like that was kind of like one of Rob's big seasons. I wouldn't mind putting Boston Rob on here. Though if you want to save him for like Redemption Island or something like that, or Heroes vs. Villains, I don't know. It would be weird to put Tina though for all-stars because she was first boot. And I know you don't love Tina, but
I'm not a huge Tina fan, but I wouldn't. I'd put Tina over Colby now, which is such a swap from what I felt that season. But this might be a good season to put Rob on here, just because, so that we're not taking up somebody less big spot later. I think this might be a good season for Rob. Amber probably wouldn't come back anyway. Again, I like Alicia, but we don't. I don't know that she would, and it's fine.
You know what? I think Rob. This is also such a Rob-dominated season. People always say he should have won All-Stars. So I think this is where we put him, Boston Rob, just because Redemption Island. I think there are still other characters that could make it for the legend status.
Rob did win All-Stars, just by the way.
Technically,
Rob won All-Stars in the way that a villain should win All-Stars, which is
you get the girl and her $1 million.
You get the girl and her money.
Yeah, that's true. So there we go. That All-Stars, and we still are tabling Rupert for later, potentially Tina for later. But it doesn't sound like Colby for later, but maybe Colby for later. We'll see when we get to Heroes vs. Villains and what options we have. But let's move on to Vanuatu. This is a very interesting one because I think there's some really good, solid prospects here that I don't think are as talked about much. Though I would really like to see, like, for example, I'd love to see Chris back. I don't know if he's in the best health, and I don't know if Jeff would want him. This is the hardest one to gauge because obviously Jeff dated Julie Berry for years, and when he was dating Julie, obviously Julie was so wronged by Chris that he didn't really like Chris because he loved Julie. But now that him and Julie have broken up, will he kind of have that olive branch for Chris that Chris had for Julie at Final Tribal by giving her his hat or her hat back? It's my favorite Final Tribal though. If there's a world where Chris Daughtry could get the call, Chris Dougherty, sorry. Chris Daughtry is American Idol. Chris Dougherty, if he could get the call, I would love to see it. It just, is Jeff going to extend that call to him? I don't know. What do you think?
I was not the biggest Chris fan.
Okay.
But mostly because, and he has a similar story to Jenna Marasco, which is that he seems useless at first and then kind of deserves his win by the end. I'm not as big of a fan of his, but that Jeff situation does make me feel honestly, they're both on there. Chris and Julie are both on there. I didn't think that they would either one be eligible just because who knows. But that would
Julie's definitely not coming back. Like if Julie Berry came back to Survivor, that would be the crazy. Like that would have the fans just in a tizzy. I wouldn't. Exactly. That'd be crazy. That'd be awesome.
I think that just for the backstory, Chris is probably the best bet for. Oh wait, that's not who I have.
Well, no, yeah, well, I was gonna say there are still two other options.
I was about to sell you on Chris.
Listen, I love Eliza and I love Amy, so we have to talk about them. But yeah, Eliza and Amy are also here. They've come back. Amy didn't fare as well on Micronesia, but she obviously was a huge trailblazer for Survivor. First person to bring out a same-sex, partner as a loved one. They didn't show the kiss on television, I don't believe, but it happened. And then Eliza, obviously a huge underdog on this season, and then again on Micronesia, just couldn't get her grounding. It's an effing stick. I was giving my praise to Chris because I know he's probably not going to be our pick, and I don't think it's realistic. So then we could pivot to Eliza because I think she's
that's that. Okay, you already mentioned it, but my favorite quote in Survivor is Eliza's "It's a fucking stick." I love that. I love that moment. I think that I think she played a much better game in that season in Micronesia. It just unfortunately she aligned herself with
Jason.
That was the problem. I think that she had a really great underdog arc for a little while there, where she was like fighting off just being the one who had to go home. So I really enjoy that. But I love her. She is number one on my list for this. I also love Amy. So it kind of hurts to not include her, but for me it's Eliza.
We can keep Amy on our short list for a potential wild card or even for Micronesia, but I think for Eliza of the two is a bigger lock. I also think
Mm-hmm.
she's played amazing race. She's also like hugely prominent in politics now, so like I think there's a real intrigue to having her on to speak her mind. She's also like Fairplay, one of the ones who's very vocal against the 26 days, so it could be cool to be like, all right, you want to try it then, and let us know if you still think it's BS. So I think there's something to definitely be said about that for Eliza. So I like having Eliza there. Second chancers, it's a little slimmer. I do think there are some cool like under the radar picks that like no one would ever really put on, but like I really like John Kenny on this season. I think he's a good presence. I like Rory. I think Rory was someone who, again, kind of like Chris, you hated at first, but then you grew to love with the Fat Five and all that. Obviously Julie, but Julie would not come back. Scout is probably too old, and then Twyla, who is the runner-up. She's a big character, loves her son, very out there, rambunctious, kind of a villain, even though she preaches the loyalty. That's like the coach kind of figure. So yeah, I think there's a lot of intrigue here. You have Chad, who's also the first, I believe, person with artificial legs, prosthetic legs to play the game. So you have a lot of interesting figures. I don't think there's one that is like a clear standout. I'd say if there had to be one, maybe Twyla. But what are your thoughts on second chance candidates here for Vanuatu?
For me, it's between Twyla and Chad, honestly.
Okay, yeah.
Chad, I like Rory. Rory disappointed me a few times during that season. I thought that he was treated very unfairly by his tribe a lot. Yeah. And that's the reason that I would want him back. And that's why I was kind of rooting for him as an underdog situation. And then he would kind of like prove them right a little bit sometimes. And that kind of disappointed me. So I don't think Rory really has any reason to come back necessarily. And not that I don't think anybody would care so much. Yeah. For me, it's Twyla and Chad. Twyla is obviously a great character. Almost won. Chad, I think that was at first underestimated because of his disability, and then targeted because of they were like, oh no, that doesn't keep him from being awesome. So I think that giving him another shot would be cool, where people know his situation, and then he gets to kind of play differently. I think that, or play it all, because I feel like he really only did physical stuff. He didn't really do much.
Yeah. Well, and it was also just the demolition of the men. I mean, he is the second to last man standing. He's the last man to go before Chris continues his tear. But even then, it's like he still feels like all those men kind of feel more forgettable because just those women dominated those seasons. And then it kind of brings us back to the Amazon conversation of like, do we want to still put any of the men on there at all? Because like the women are just such a driving force of that season.
Yeah.
Or do we want to put the most likely man to kind of have a good second chance arc? Like I think it's a very compelling case either way. I mean, Twyla has famously gotten the call a lot of times as like a potential. I know she got the call for Heroes vs. Villains. She might have gotten it for Blood vs. Water, but her son wasn't old enough yet or something like that. I think there's definitely an intrigue to seeing Twyla play because Twyla, I feel like Rupert, will never change up her game, which also makes her very intriguing. Like, I don't think she's going to grow and be nicer and change, not like Cass tried to do in Second Chance. Like, I think she's going to be as straightforward and as Twyla as she has always been. So I think that's the most intriguing prospect, but it's definitely slimmer here with Vanuatu. I think it's a very heavy hitting season with like Eliza, Amy, Chris, but I think when you get to the second chances, it's a little slim. So I'll let you make the call, Matt. What do you want to put on?
I think I want to put Chad. I think I'd like to see what he can do now, and kind of give him a chance to play get the game a little different.
Yeah, and you know what they love? We saw with Noel a few seasons ago. They love having those like Paralympic athletes, and I don't know if he like is an Olympian, but he definitely is very athletic. And I just think that is a cool second chance story in life, let alone in the game of Survivor. So there you go, Chad making it on as a bit of a surprise there. But we are moving on to Palau, which has some interesting talking points, because I think a lot of the attention will go to players that are either unfortunately passed away, like Jen Lyon. I know Angie was like a favorite pre-merger for some, who has unfortunately passed away. And then you have a lot of like the bigger names. Tom, famously a huge figure, but has admitted to having some very bad respiratory issues. Obviously, he was a firefighter during the period of 9/11, and he is in not great shape, not just physically, but in terms of his lungs, and he's not necessarily as healthy as he wants to. And then Ian, who has famously said he will only really go on the show if it's like, I forget what his quote was, but something like it needs to be like the final season ever, or like a legend season, and the prize has to be like $5-10 million or something like that. Like he was basically saying there's no way in hell there's a 0.0000001% chance. So a lot of those like big names that you would want to put on are probably not eligible. But I do also know you love Tom, if you want to speak just quickly on him.
Well, I watched this season live as well, and during this season, my uncle and aunt had actually come to live with us as well, because they were moving from somewhere and they needed a place to stay, so they were living with us for a little while. We all watched this season together, and I remember that we were so like, this is post 9/11, like this is Firefighters is playing and he's awesome and he's really good, and he's this guy, like his presence. So we were all really rooting for him hard, and we were very glad he won. He for a while was my top two. It was Rupert and him. Like Rupert and Tom are like my two favorites. Yeah. On my rewatch, he's definitely fallen down that list a lot, just because he's just not as interesting as maybe some of the other ones. But him on that season gets a bad rap just because of how hard he basically how hard he goes at this game, and how basically he takes over the whole game. But it's kind of, for me as someone who likes him, it's kind of like watching a game where your team is winning. Like that's kind of that's how it feels.
And if you're on the other end where you're like, I want to see some of these like because this whole story is about the underdogs, how like Oolong just gets decimated. And I do think it's interesting. I think Tom just had a very lucky circumstance that his tribe was picked the way it was and just kept winning, because I think if they do go to more tribals earlier on and it's a little bit more split at the merge, I don't know if he wins, because he would be a big threat. But I think at that point it's like he's the leader of the tribe, and the tribe hasn't really been shaken up. It's just they absorbed Stephanie, and that's it. So like I think Tom had a little easier. I actually think Tom's most interesting appearance is actually Heroes vs Villains, because he actually like comes in as the underdog, and it's really cool to see him play. He doesn't make it as far, but I think the fact that he's able to like get the small minority of like JT, Candace, and Colby together, and then he kind of pulls a big fast one on Suri. I love that quote, tomorrow we make our apologies, today we make our move, or something. I hate that it's at the expense of the greatest player to never win. I love Suri, but like it's a cool badass moment. And actually I think that's where I respected Tom a lot more, because the first time I was like, I mean, he just kind of like, it's like the Tom Brady thing. I'm like, I can't get excited, but when I watch him back on Heroes vs. Villains, I'm like, oh, this is a scrappier Tom. I appreciate it.
I think there's a difference between rewatching it later, which is what you did, and watching it in real time that close to the situation.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And even that like final three moment, like at the time, it was like, wow, Tom got Ian. Tom is so great that Ian stepped down and quit the game for him. But also in retrospect, it's like, no, Ian should have fought it out. Like, Tom was scheming, and I think that's what's great too. Is also like people don't realize he was still strategizing. He was still scheming. He was getting out the people who were coming after him. I mean, Kobe very famously wanted to get out Tom because he knew he was like, Tom is fooling y'all. He's not just this good guy who can win challenges. He's a schemer, and he gets Ian to step down at the final three. That being said, Tom is
made probably the
eligible. Yeah.
I wish Ian would come back, because he probably made the dumbest move ever, which is quit. like tell them to not vote for him, to quit the immunity challenge, and tell him to vote him out in the final three. After so many hours, I can't imagine it. And for someone, I imagine he did not marry. I have to assume they are not together anymore.
Ian and Tom, or Ian and Katie?
Ian and
Ian and Katie, that is a frustrating move, even though I do really like Ian too. Yeah,
I love Ian. I would love to see him come back, but you say that he's not.
He doesn't want to, and it sucks. I think there's an obvious legend, though, right?
There's an obvious legend for me. Person who should have won a different season, and that for me is Stephanie LaGrossa.
Okay, interesting. Question.
For me, but maybe there's a better one for you. Yeah.
Because that season's about to come up, we have to think smartly here. Do we want to save her for that season, or do we want to put her on here? But also, are there any other the problem is there's not a lot of returnees in Palau or Guatemala, so it's a little slim. I mean, let's talk about her co-partner here, Bobby John. Do we? I mean, I feel like
Bobby John's a hard no for me. I hate him so. Like,
okay.
Well, okay, not a hard no. I don't want to appear as though I'm not willing to budge at all. Bobby John. I couldn't stand him on Palau. I hated him even more on Guatemala.
Okay, so here's what I'll say. I'll put on Steph here then, and then when we get to Guatemala, we can just talk there about where we think it's gonna fall. I like Steph a lot. I think Steph in Heroes vs Villains was a little disappointing because she didn't get really her footing there. Unfortunately, she kind of bumped heads with James a bit. And then Steph in Guatemala is very interesting because she plays a very much more villainous role than she does a hero, and she doesn't really get the respect from the jury in the end, though I think that's a cool kind of pivot for a character. I like that she kind of pivoted it up a bit, though I am also a defender of Danny's game, so I do think Steph is a very interesting figure. I think honestly seeing her on the Traders, she still clearly shows she has that strategic thinking, even if she's not always right, and she does still have that old school mentality as well. I would love to see Stephanie play again. I think she is honestly a lock if they ask her, because I know she wants to come back, and she was just on Traders, so she's still on everyone's minds. She does a lot of these other shows like Snake on the Grass and all that stuff. So, like, I really do think Stephanie, as long as they give her the call, will probably be on 50, unless they decide to like go really new era heavy. Yeah.
The fact that here's the thing. I also defend Danny's game. I think she played a great game, and I think that she deserved to win. My vote would have gone to Stephanie. Is all I'm saying. Mm-hmm. I think that Stephanie really played a really cool game, and I feel like she kind of got and I know this term is out of fashion because it's whatever, but I feel like she got a bitter jury situation. And I feel like that maybe in a different situation, she would have wanted to go to Raleigh. I think that if she had started out on Tom's team, if she had started out on
was it Ogakor? No, not Ogakor. Karor.
She had started on Karor instead of Oolong. I think she might have won the game. She would have gotten Tom out way early. Because she would have known. She knew.
Yeah. This is the only one without the tribe divisions, by the way, because they did a schoolyard pick. So if I were to do the tribe divisions, we would have left Wanda and Jonathan off of here. And I wanted to give them their due. Even though I doubt Jonathan and Wanda will make our second chancers list, even though there's a compelling case for Wanda. I don't.
I think there's a compelling case to put both of them on there just because they never got that shot. Like, it was kind of rude, the way they did that.
Yeah, well, and they were supposed to be the captain. The whole plan was you're going to get cut, but you're going to be captains on the next season. But then, given how Oolong went, they went, we can't pass up bringing back Steph and Bobby John. So it was supposed to be they were going to be captains for Guatemala, and that would have been awesome. Seeing Wanda and Lydia, oh my god, that would have been crazy. But yeah, no, we didn't get that, unfortunately. But who are you looking at as a second chancer, Matt? And anyone in particular? I have my eyes on one in particular, but I want to hear who you have.
Let me look. I don't remember because I spent too much time thinking about. I've got my eye on one as well, and I assume she hasn't come back. I actually forgot to check, and that's Karen.
Karen, yeah. So Karen, yeah, she was a feisty one. Karen made it to the merge because it's an absorption, but like she made it far in the game. I believe she was,
she was like Tom's like partner.
Yes, Tom's partner, but also like a lot of other. The thing is, like, a lot of people didn't like her, but Tom did, so they wanted to keep her over someone like Colby and Janu. My pick was actually Colby, just because he is the one person to say Tom's a threat, guys. We have to go after him, and he's the one vote against Tom in the end. So
I forgot about Colby. I'm looking at this right now. I love. Yeah, even though I love Tom, he's the guy who's like, we have to get rid of Tom. And like when it counted, he was a team player. I really like him. I agree. Okay, let's put and he's gay. Like that's
I really like Kobe. Yeah, I think he's the only person in the season who's willing to like take that shot at Tom. So I think that's something to warrant like a second chance. And it's a cool story. Like, you were the one who pointed it out, the golden guy. But all right, Guatemala, we kind of talked about it earlier. So we already picked Steph. So now the question is, do we go Danny or Bobby John? Even though
for me,
Danny had a really rough showing in Winners of War, but was it just the fact that she wasn't prepared for the new style game? Was it just the card she was dealt? She obviously went out very paranoid. We're both not huge Bobby John fans. I don't hate him or anything, but I just don't. He doesn't do anything for me personally. I love his fight with Jamie, but
I don't like the way he talks to women. Like that's my thing. Like
Mm-hmm.
I just and maybe it's just all gameplay. Maybe that's just the way he talks to everybody. I just don't like the way he.
That's fair, man.
Acts around around women.
I agree.
Danny's not going to get my Winners at War vote anyway, but I do think she should be represented. Okay. So I would say Danny. I agree. I think she played a really good game. And is she the one who tricked production even? Like
yes. So production asks some like prompting questions when they're doing confessionals, and Danny purposefully didn't give any information because she didn't want other people to prompt other questions to other players. So basically she gamed the system, because she could tell sometimes where the tides were turning. Well, what about this person? She'd be like, well, why are you bringing up that person? That wasn't on our radar. Is that person in trouble? Like, she kind of gamed that sense of production to where she wouldn't give them any information, which made it really hard to edit her, which is why she was an under-edited winner. I was shocked to see her on Guatemala. I loved seeing her on Guatemala because I think it was cool. Or on Winners of War. I was shocked because she was such a small presence on her winning season, but I think it's cool to show the different types of winning games. I think the problem with Winners of War is the old schoolers in general just didn't have as much of a fair shake, and I think Danny wasn't quite prepared for the whirlwind because this is the first season with an immunity idol, and even then Danny never really had the link to the immunity idol. It was Gary's, and Gary used it before the votes, so it was a totally different world. And I think now Danny might be able to play better having now gone out and played in bad. So like I at first was like, they're not going to call Danny again, but I think if they want to have like a very diverse representation, I mean, she's very athletic, she still looks good for her age, and she, was very influential in how she played the game. She was very different, and we've seen a lot of good under the radar winners since. I think she, of all the winners who were on Winners of War, one of the least likely to get the call, but I do think she's still more likely to say yes than like Ethan, or even maybe even like Amber and Rob, So I do think, she's someone, even though we have slim pickings, I'm fine putting Danny on for sure.
I think there's only one choice for second chance, right? Like for me, there's only like there are other options, but I think that talking about them is just going to delay the point where we put Rafe on for the thing. Oh, let's hear it. I'd like to hear it.
I have Judd. I think Judd's, I hope you all get bit by a bunch of crocodiles, and like, I have ADD. You're calling me, you saying I have ADD. Like, he is just one of the biggest, just most brash personalities. I do think maybe there's a world where he wouldn't fare well in the new era in terms of like, he would be a pain for production, but like, he is kind of the pseudo Philip without the extremities of Philip's, like I feel like he was Philip Light before Philip happened. Like, he really, I love him on that season. He is the entertainment, but I do think, Rafe is the best player. And I think of anyone who needs a second chance, I think we're going to see more of a Rafe second chance than we would a Judd second chance. Though I did really want to champion Judd because I think he's just so fun to watch. And I think of Guatemala. Honestly, Guatemala has a great cast considering how many people didn't make it on. I think Brian Corden would also be a great pick.
Yeah.
He showed so much savviness, even though he's a pre-merge snipe. I think, Cindy, she has a twin Mindy, the car curse. I really like Cindy. I also really like Gary Hogaboom. I think this cast has so many good second chance options that I wish more of them had come back. But I think now, the only ones they would call are probably like Rafe or Judd, if I had to guess. But I'm fine putting Rafe on. I love Rafe, but I wanted to say Judd, I think Judd would bring a lot to the entertainment. But also, if you're looking at Survivor 50, a celebration of all seasons, like if you're doing like best to never win or legends, like Judd isn't going to give you anything new in the same way. Like I don't think Twyla would have. In the same way, I don't think like Big Tom ever would bring anything new to the game. So I think Rafe has the more potential, especially because Rafe was only like in his early 20s when he played. Like he would be so primed to like go out there and kick ass. I'd love to see Rafe back. I think I'd be fine with either.
Yeah, Rafe could have won the game if he had made it to final tribal. I think he would have won.
Oh yeah, he would have. Yeah.
Judd, you make a good point about Judd. Very, very entertaining character. There's a I don't know. I just feel like there's a more. I feel like Rafe is more likely simply because he is a better player. But it can't all be great players. Sometimes they have to be the good players. So I don't, or the fun, the interesting players. So I don't know.
The one thing I'll say against Judd, though, is that I do think there is a question of why he didn't get the call if he is such a big character. Because, I don't think he even got the call for Heroes vs. Villains, which was only 5 seasons after, or Micronesia, which was 5 seasons after, and then Heroes vs. Villains, which is 9 seasons after. That was still within 5 years. You would think they would at least give him the call. And I think for them not to, there must have been I don't really think we want to deal with this guy again. Or maybe it's just that no one really wanted to see him back. It could just be me watching it, because I didn't watch this in real time this season. So I don't know how the public perception of Judd was at the time. That being said, I don't think any of these people have gotten a call for some reason. I really don't know why Guatemala is so ignored. Because maybe it's because they don't want Stephanie's legacy to be tarnished. So they say, oh no, she did Palau and then she came back for Heroes vs. Villains. We don't want to talk about Guatemala because it portrayed her in a more negative light. But I don't know why they ignore Guatemala so much. Because there's no real controversial characters here in terms of
there is one.
There is
Jamie.
Oh, Jamie. Yeah, but even then, it's Jamie and Bobby John's fight is one of the things that people do show still from Guatemala, So, but I don't know. I don't think there's an overarching controversy like the Dan Spilo thing in Island Isles, for example, where the season's tainted, where I don't know why no one's come back except for Danny and Stephanie. But I'm definitely down to put Rafe on, though. I think he is the most promising second chance contender. And I think if we're looking at who we want to be on Survivor 50, I think I would like to see Rafe. Personally, I would love to see Judd and Rafe, but I think of the two, who I think could really surprise us the most is definitely Rafe. So let's do it.
Let's do it.
Cool. All right. Panama. Ooh, getting some legends here. This is a really legendary season. A lot of legends. You have Oris, who has said he doesn't really want to play again. He's good. And I think I'm good too. But you obviously have Suri. You have Shane, who famously was on the ballot for second chance after being an alternate for Heroes vs. Villains in Micronesia and almost making it on Blood vs. Water. Then he finally got the ballot and he didn't get voted through for second chances. And then you have Terry, who did get voted through second chances and then had to leave due to his son getting sick. And then do you have Danielle, who no one wanted to see again, came back and ended up being part of a dominant alliance with Russell and Parvati. So I think you have some big legends to talk about here. Matt, what are you thinking? I think at least one of these guys is going to end up being a wild card, or at least maybe another season. I think we're going to get at least 2 or 3 names from this season from legends on the board.
Suri is going to be on our list regardless. She has to be.
Yes.
I think she's both of our favorite player who never won. That's right. That's just, she's a legend. She has to be on this list. So I don't know that she goes on Panama, but she's definitely going to be somewhere. Mm-hmm. So if we're looking at other people, I think, I don't remember. Hold on. Let me.
I also just realized I called Shane a legend because he was on the ballot for second chance, but technically he would still fit our second chance if we wanted to, because he is not a 2-time player. So we could lock him in right now for second chance unless you have a better idea. But I think Shane is the person I most want to see back from the season, period.
Shane,
even though I love Suri, we've seen Suri 4 times. I want to see Shane play again. But
right. Shane with the BlackBerry. I am interested in seeing him. He's actually on the it's him and Danielle are the two that are kind of or I guess Danielle's legend, isn't she? So Shane is would probably be my person there for that. I was just looking at it. My legend, I think, and again, I think Suri is going to make our list just because she's going to make our list, but not on this because I think that Terry needs to be able to do his full second chance.
I think Terry, I was almost thinking of saving him for second chance because he would be the second chance of the second chance. But I do think, that when we get there, we might realize we have a lot more options than we thought we did. And I think Terry just, he wasn't even the best character on Panama. I wasn't rooting for him necessarily, but the fact that he was as old as he was and won 5 immunities, beating and setting the record, and then he comes on and he's still beating the challenges in second chance on those teams. and then he gets taken out in such a sad way in the middle of the night when he was finally figuring out how to play the new school game. Because that was the thing, he struggled in those first few weeks of second chances. He's like, I am not getting what these kids are talking, like it's going over my head, I'm out of the vote. And then he finally started to make it happen. He was making alliances, he was finally understanding what it took, and then he goes out in such a sad way. Yeah, I agree, I would love to see Terry back. I think he's the one who I would most like to see next to Shane. Just I don't think either of these guys we've had their full potential realized. I even think we have with Sari and even Danielle that we haven't with these two. Even though I think Danielle is someone we could also bring up Heroes vs Villains, maybe, because I think there is an intrigue because she did play much more present, had much more presence on her second go. But
I don't need Suri's full potential. I just want to see Suri on TV.
No, I know. and it's worth noting Danielle almost the first winner to win by default, because Aris almost medevaced himself on finale night when he slipped on a rock before the final tribal council. And they said if it had been an inch more one way or the other, he could have had to be like taken out to the hospital. So it would have made Danielle the default winner, which I don't know if they would have done that or if they would have let him heal up in the hospital and then just brought him back for final tribal. But I don't know what they would have done in that case, or if they would have just brought Terry back and had Danielle go against Terry, or if they would have just made Danielle the winner. But anyone else you want to bring up from this cast now, or I assume we can talk about them later?
No, we can talk about some of the people later. When it comes to Shane, I think that there's also the fact that, and if you believe the rumors, that maybe a cleaner game for him might be in the works. Might give us a better idea of how he plays a game.
Oh gosh, wow, what a character, man! Oh,
without that Panamanian cocaine.
Matt's favorite casting twist here: Cook Islands, dividing the cast by race. We got the Aitutakis. Obviously, that's the tribe that Ozzy comes from. The Manihiki tribe, the tribe of the legendary Seku Bunch. The Puka Pukas, where Yule came from, and then Rarotonga, where you get Candace, you get Penner, you get Parvati. This is another one where I think we might get some wild cards out of, because there is at least 4 really heavy hitters in terms of like appearances. I mean, Ozzy's played so many times, Parvati, Penner, Candace, even Yule, even though he said he would not come back unless it was like a charity season. I think that's 5 really legendary players right there. The question is, which one
you forgot about one legend. That I think we need to talk about.
Okay, is this our second chancer?
It's a second chancer, but he's still a legend, and that's Billy Garcia.
I agree. I love you. I know. We love you. I love you. Candace Ferrero tribe? The Jeff Probst face is so good. Do we put him as our second chancer? Like, is there anyone
Part of me wants that. Honestly, that's who I've got on the list.
It's either him or Cowboy, probably, because Cowboy invented the vote splitting strategy where it's like, well, if he plays the idol, let's put some votes on the other guy. But it's like, okay, you said that, but eventually someone would have come up with that strategy. It just so happened that this is one of the first seasons with an idol. So I obviously credit Cowboy toward that, but also Cowboy might be a little too old now. I really like the idea of just having Billy Garcia on our 100 players to play Survivor 50. Like, he is an iconic figure. He's a meme. People know who he is. You say Billy Garcia, immediately people know the story. I say we do it.
Yeah, I'd say we do it too.
Yes.
Becky Lee was my only other one, but Billy Garcia is the...
Becky's good too. Yeah, but again, it's like, I'd rather see Billy than Becky. I don't know.
Yeah.
Who's your legend though, Matt? Who are you thinking for this?
Okay, this one's hard because there's so many really good ones. And the question is, where do we... Okay, so Penner is someone that I hated on this season, but he became one of my favorites after this season.
Yeah.
But I hated him on this season, which is also something that I think gives him a little bit of credit on this season. But I don't know. There are so many people on this season that I would like that are potential legends.
Yeah.
I really think Penner. I think this is like, I don't know. I feel like Penner might get lost in the shuffle on other seasons. Right.
Because, I mean, even if you look at who he's up against next, like Micronesia, Parvati's an option with Penner. Like, I think people are picking one of the Black Widow over him. I think Ozzy and Parvati play a lot more that we could give them their due later. Even Candace, who I think could be an intriguing, return. Every time she comes back, I'm always like, oh, what do we need to see from Candace? And then we get something interesting. but yeah, I think Penner might be the move. He's one of my top 10 favorites to play the game. So like, I'd obviously be down to see Penner back. So I'm down to lock that in if you are.
Let's do it.
All right, cool. He's also got the great story after losing his wife to ALS, which would also be cool. That's kind of what Yule was talking about in Winters at War. He was talking a lot about Penner and his wife. So I think it'd be a cool redemption arc for Penner to kind of come back and talk about that. Been through so much life shit. All right. Here is Survivor Fiji, another one where the legend picks, there really only are two, and one of them is in poor health. We wish him well, but Yao Man is unfortunately not doing great. But I mean, the other option is a very good one, and he's been always getting the calls, but he's just too busy with work. And it sounds like he does want that itch. He has that itch to come back, and that's Earl. I really like the idea of seeing Earl again. What are your thoughts on Earl? And we could talk about Yao Man, but what are your thoughts on that?
I love Yao Man. Obviously, we all love Yao Man. It's unfortunate that he would not be able to go back and that he's in poor health. But I mean, he's also, I mean, he was old when on the show. So like, I obviously Earl, I think that his win is kind of undercut by a lot of the
drama,
drama of this show of this season. But yeah, I think he would be great. When I did the trivia night, Survivor trivia night, I was polling people for the tribal feud, the family feud style thing that I was doing. Earl came up a lot, for a lot of things that people really like. So I think Earl is the obvious pick. As far as second chancers, I've got some controversial ideas, and I've got some thoughts that. Just some people that I like.
Very interesting.
Rocky is a person that I both really like and don't like at all.
Okay.
I like him when he's being cool. I dislike him when he's belittling Anthony for not being manly enough.
Yeah.
Which is why Anthony is on my list and Rocky is not.
Okay.
However, the top of my list for the second chancer for this season, and I think he deserves he deserves to do this again after some maturity, and that is Dreams.
He's number one on my list too, Matt. I think we got to put him on. I really think he has a lot to grow from, and I honestly think if Yao Man wasn't as sweet and old and lovable as he was, if this were any other player, like I really don't think it would have been as bad. I think because it was Yao Man and everyone loved Yao Man, everyone was like, "Oh, you suck, Dreams." But really, I mean, like. Yao Man shouldn't have made that deal. Like
if Rob Mariano did what Dreams did, and it was someone other than Yao Man, that would have been a classic move that everybody talked about to this day. And that people do talk about it just in the wrong way. I think Dreams did Yao Man should never have made that deal. It was Yao Man's fault. Dreams, I think he intended to keep his word, but the fact that he was able to put his game ahead of that, I think that shows the player that he could be.
Yeah. I did also want to bring up a couple more people that I didn't really have in consideration as much as I did Dreams, but Edgardo, a famous boot, the whole vote flip, the Four Horsemen, and just that whole crumbling. I think it's worth noting him, even though I don't think he's great TV necessarily, and he just doesn't have as much of a presence. His vote out is important, but he is not. And then Michelle Yee, who was in a really good position and got so screwed when at the final 10, they were like, "Oh, you're going to split into 2 groups of 5." And she was like, what the hell? And then she got voted out, but it sounds like it worked out well for her, at least in the jury house, if you know, you know. But she is someone I would have, no, I'm not going to share it here in case kids are listening, but she had some fun in the jury house, apparently. There's been rumors, the Fiji orgy is a famous rumor that exists out there. But no, Michelle Yee, just a really promising player that I would love to see again. But I think if she was going to come back, it would have been Micronesia Heroes versus Villains era, whereas I think now Dreams still has that story that people remember, whereas I don't think there's any sort of harkening back for Michelle right now. Like no one's really saying like, I really want Michelle back. And then my least likely of this group is Lacey. Lacey sucks. I hate Lacey. Lacey, the way she like just face plants at the challenge is so funny, but her jury questioning is just so mean and awful. And yeah, Lacey can go.
What is this? What is this picture of Lisi? It looks like a face superimposed on somebody else's body.
Right? Yeah, it's not a good cast photo either. But I know I'm sure she's a fine person in real life. It's just on the show. Yeah, Lisi is.
What was her question at Tribal?
I really. It was the one asking Dreams how many zeros are in a million, and then he answers it correct.
God,
and she's like, she like eats her words. She's just like kind of nasty. She's just like nasty to them in Final Tribal, and it comes across a little racially motivated. But
yeah,
no,
she can fuck off. That's my second least favorite question at Final Tribal. My first least favorite is whoever is. I don't remember who it was, but they were like, if it wasn't this person, who else would? Or was that? Yeah, that was Survivor. It was if you weren't voting for one of these people, who else do you think could win? And they said a name, and then they were like, but who else?
Oh, that was Heidi.
That was Heidi. Yeah,
I think it was Heidi asking. I think it was Jenna, and then Jenna said Rob was like, Rob was the most likely, and then who else? And she's like, well, I think Dina, and then Heidi's like, no one else.
And Jeff was like, your question's been answered.
Poor Heidi. I love Heidi.
I love Heidi too.
All right, China, my first season ever.
Yay.
I think the second chance is a little harder to find here because a lot of the legends are the ones that you would pick from. Obviously, your James.
Honestly,
Amanda,
the second chance is
Courtney,
the winner of the show.
Todd. I mean, yeah, that's the thing. Is Todd? Okay. So we did say occasionally we might have to break the rule, and put on two legends or two second chancers because let's realistically go through this. There's no way Ashley can come back. She's passed away, unfortunately. I don't think there's a way Dave comes back, especially after the Richard Hatch shit. Like, he was all about getting naked on the island and causing drama or whatever. I don't think they would have Jean Robert back. Production didn't like him. They liked dunking on him.
Matt didn't like him.
Denise, the controversy with the finale where they felt bad for her, gave her the money, and then turns out she didn't lose her job. She got a different position in the job. She almost got promoted, but they gave her money. Anyway, it was controversy. Eric and Jamie, really tough stories out there about how their relationship has evolved post getting married after the show. Jamie and the abuse claims that Eric abused her. Very sad.
I did read about that.
Yeah, very, very unfortunate. I think Jamie could still come back, but I don't think she would want to be back in the public eye. I think she's good. I don't think she wants to go back on Survivor, even though it would be a cool redemption, kind of taking her power back. I don't see it. So that really only leaves Frosty, Sharia, Chicken, Aaron, and Leslie. And I don't know. I mean, Aaron has a bit of the story because that was the vote flip or the tribe swap where he was on a perfect position, then he got swapped and swap screwed. But even then, is anyone really begging to have Aaron Reisberger back? I mean, I'd love to see Chicken back, but he might be too old. I don't know. Is there a second chancer that we feel compelled enough?
Here's my thing, is that I only wrote down one second chancer, but I think if we break the rules, we don't have to use this person, and that's Chicken. I think Chicken's the only interesting character who hasn't been back and who we would want to see back.
I mean, I love it. I'd love it.
Yeah. However, I think our second chancer should be the guy who we've all wanted to see back for so long. He hasn't been able to, but now is maybe able to come back, and that's Todd Herzog.
I agree. I like Chicken as an idea, and I like it as a food. But I do think I think Todd, because also what he was doing personally and him going to a rut in his personal life with his alcoholism, Dr. Phil, and then finally coming back now being in a great place in his life. I think that's almost a second chance story in and of itself, in a way that Ethan's was for Winners of War. Even though he has played before and he's a legend, this would be his second go. And I think he wasn't getting the call for Winners of War because people thought he wasn't healthy and in a good spot, but he was. So now maybe they do give him a call for 50. So yeah, I'm going to put Todd in the second chance column. So that way we can open the other spot open for a James or a PG or a Courtney or an Amanda. But yeah, I love Todd. I can't wait if they bring him back to see him back. I really hope they try to get him back on, because I mean, he's my favorite. He's my first winner pick, my first winner ever. So, of the rest though, who do you think for a legend here?
Amanda could have won 2 seasons and made it to the final, and maybe should have won one of those seasons. I love Parvati, but I think she should have won a different season. I think Amanda should have won that season. And Parvati should have won Heroes vs. Villains, or whichever one she didn't win. I've forgotten where we are.
Parvati should win Heroes vs. Villains. Yeah.
Parvati should have won Heroes vs. Villains.
And Amanda should have won Micronesia.
Yes. I think that's how that should have gone. Anyway, not the point. I think Amanda, she's a fun character. She is a great player. Obviously, she's made it to final twice and could have won both times.
And even her third go, she makes it all the way to final 8, which is still impressive.
Oh yeah, I forgot about her third time.
Or final 9, exactly. I think she's the second boot after JT. She's the first boot after JT, so she's 9th. But still, great placement.
Yeah, still. And she does this thing that's funny, and that is that when she wants to look serious, when someone is calling her out for something at Final Tribal, she did this at both of her Final Tribals. She leans forward and puts her hand on her chin like this, like she's listening.
And the big eyes too.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I love that. I love it because you can always tell when they're saying something that's true about something she did bad. She did. Yeah. And she's like, I'm listening. I'm here. I'm thoughtful. It's very, very thoughtful. But for me, it's Amanda. I like James. He's not one of my favorites. But Amanda, I think, is a great player who probably should have won and probably could win again.
Yeah, I think also the appeal with Amanda is she played 3 times, but her 3 times were season 15, 16, and 20. She played in the span of 3 years, and she hasn't played since. So there's so much she could have grown. She didn't have time to grow between this and her next season, and then she didn't have time to grow from her next season to her third. It's the same thing with Russell. It's like you don't space out these appearances. You don't get the full arc of Amanda. I think the same is true with James as well, and I think there's something to be said about that I think Amanda would be a really intriguing pick. So I'm gonna agree with you there. Todd and Amanda, I mean, that is like a duo we want to see there. Yeah. I honestly wish there was room for Courtney as well. Honestly, I think there's a room where we could put Courtney down the line too. I'm going to put her on the short list just so we don't forget about her because I really think and I honestly think PG as well. I mean, I think this is a really good cast, especially as you said, like to get into it as their first go. I'm glad it was mine as well. So we can cycle back to some of them down the line as well once we get to like Heroes vs. Villains, second chances. But we got Micronesia now, and this is very interesting because we're going to have to put on one of the fans as a second chancer, but then we also get to put on one of the favorites as a legend, or we could put up Eric as a legend. Actually, we can't because he said he wouldn't play again. He actually, people thought he would play again, and then he went on Reddit like very recently and was like, nah, I'm good. So I guess Eric won't be coming back, but Eric would be one of my like top picks to come back. I love Eric. Love Eric.
Can we talk about the second chance real quick?
I was going to say, let's do the fans first because I think there's, for me, a very clear number 1 returnee pick, but I don't know if it's the same as you. Who's your second chancer that you want to highlight here?
Honestly, it's the other half of the fucking stick. It's Jason for me. I think that again, a lot of my picks, if you cannot tell, are people that I want to see in a more mature.
Right.
Now that
you actually want to see the redemption.
I want to see the age, how that's done. He was a big dumb dummy, and in Micronesia, but I'd like to see where he is now and see how he changes up his game. See if maybe we can fool him with another immunity item. You know, that's the kind of stuff I want to see.
Yeah.
So that's like that. Who are you thinking?
I'm thinking Natalie. I mean, she is the only one of the Black Widow that we haven't seen again. That 4. I mean, she is instrumental in having Eric give up the necklace. So like, I also think she was an alternate for Heroes vs. Villains, and there's actual pictures out there of her in her like villain's outfit, like ready to go, and she never got to come back, and then they never invited her back. And I think she's someone who I just feel like. What could have been. We've seen Suri come back twice since. We've seen Amanda come back since. We've seen Parvati come back twice since. Like, what happens if you bring Natalie back? Also older now. Like, does she play a similar role that Parvati played on Winners of War? Does she play the same way she played then? She's a little older now. She's like pushing. I want to say she's like around in her 50s, maybe, or almost in her 50s. But I think there's an intrigue there. I think just because she was part of one of the biggest moves in Survivor history, it's a shame we haven't seen her since. But Jason is a really interesting prospect as well. I mean, those fans, as much as some of the early boots suck, like Mary, no one talks about. Mikey B is a non-entity. Obviously, Kathy had a meltdown, and Joel was unlikable. Chet was worthless. But I do think some of those later fans, I mean, Eric, Natalie, Alexis, Jason, even Tracy, really good, promising games. So you know what? It might be fun is if we give one of them our wild card. Or do we want to waste a wild card this early? Or we could at least put them on the list. Or
I want Natalie on the list because they're both on my list. I think that either she's our wild card or we put her on this list. I think that I like the idea of seeing where Jason is. but I think Natalie deserves the slot. I agree. She
Okay,
was
so
on my.
let's put Natalie here, but I'll put Jason on the short list for wild cards later because I think
Okay.
there's a real intrigue to seeing Jason play again on a second
Mhm.
chance. But of the legends, this is tough. We've already put on Amanda, we've already put on Eliza, we've already put on Penner, we've already put on Fair Play, and then Yao Man is not going to come back. So the question is, of Amy, Suri, James, Ozzy, and Parvati, which one do we want to put on here?
I want to put if it were me putting someone on this from this list, I would want it to be someone who is not likely to make one of our wild cards if they don't make it in other seasons, and that would be Amy. I think she's really, really great, and I think she deserves to be on there. But obviously, I'm a big Suri, Ozzy, and Parvati fan, so I would be excited to put any of them on as well. But so what do you think? Where's your head at?
I'm just trying to. I don't want to think too far ahead and like do the math of like, okay, if we put her on here, do we not put her on here? Like, I feel like Parvati still has 2 more big shots to make it.
Mhm.
I'm not worried about Parvati right now. I think James, it's either here or Heroes vs. Villains, and I think this is probably the last time to award him, but I don't think he's a priority to come back. I think between Ozzy and Amy, I'd be more interested to see Amy play again than Ozzy. I think Ozzy, I don't know how much else there is to see of him, but I also know he's a more iconic figure than Amy, that if you're going to do Legends, you should have Ozzy on there. But I do think Amy has a more intriguing second chance. And then Suri, where I think we could put her down later down the line, but the problem is, if we get to Game Changers, and what if like we have to decide between Suri and like some other big heavy hitting personalities, I don't want to risk losing Suri, but Suri is going to make it on either way, even if she's a wild card. So I think you're right. I think Amy, this is the chance to put her on if we really do want to put her on. If you think, she is one of the 100 we want to represent, and I think, I think she is.
I think so.
Cool. So let's put Amy on there. Not necessarily who a lot of people would probably think we would have gone for Micronesia, but a lot of these other people will have a chance. At least those 4 to talk about later. This is the last time we'll be able to talk about Amy, so I think that makes sense. Even though Ozzy's still on the back burner, so is Suri, so is Parvati, so is James, and of course now so is Jason. Jason's on our wild card list. So Gabon. Gabon. Another cluster F of a season. I love Gabon. It is so chaotic, so crazy, so many great figures, so many awful figures, but they are great figures because they're awful. I think in terms of our final 3, I don't see a world where production would ask Susie back, even though I'd love it. I also don't see a world where Bob is healthy enough to play because he already was old at the time.
Also,
and then
hear what people say about him on the
right.
island.
Yeah, just not so many pleasant things. And then Sugar, who I think we both would love to see again, but famously had a really rough time at Ponderosa and Heroes vs. Villains, borderline terrifying, tragic stuff. So I really don't think Sugar production would feel safe putting her back out there, and I don't think she wants to. I think she's good.
Yeah.
So the question is, of the legends, here's who we have left: Randy and Corinne. So what do we do?
I think we might be on opposite sides of this because I really like Corinne and I think you really like Randy.
Here's the thing. I like them both. I don't know how likely it is either of them will get on, especially with Jeff being like, we're not going to cast people who are bad people. Not to say they're bad people. Obviously on social media, they're both probably fine. We did see Corinne recently on The Amazing Race and she seemed okay. She actually ran it with Eliza. So she was fine. Randy, we see on social media, he's a grump and a grouch, but like he means well. He's not like a problematic person. He's just a dick, but that's his shtick. But he does love the game. He cares about the game. I love how he didn't have family or friends, so he gave his like finale tickets to just random strangers who wanted to meet him. And he's like, here, you want a ticket to the show? Like, I feel bad for Randy. I just feel bad for Randy. Yeah. But I see what you mean. I think Corinne is the likelier option, though. I think you're going to have a tougher time selling Randy to come back than you were Corinne. And I think Randy, when he came back, wasn't as good, whereas Corinne, when she came back, also not as good, but she at least showed that she wanted to play the game, and she just got out because she was outsmarted by great players like Cochran and Malcolm. So I'd be fine putting Corinne on the list, for sure. So while I get our picture, is there anyone you're looking at for second chances here?
There's a couple.
Yeah, I think there's some good options here.
I think that I feel like this may not be true, but I feel like Crystal Cox has to be able to offer more than she did. I feel like there has to be an opportunity for a better game for her. I also really like Ken. I think that he's a smart player. I think that he, if he were on a different season, he might have done a little bit better. But it's hard to be a
competent, smart player on a dumb season. Yeah, exactly.
Yes, exactly. And then Maddie Whitmore is probably the only all-around Survivor player on this in this cast.
And it's funny because he's the one who, of all these people, is not watching the show anymore. Like, people asked him if he'd want to come back, or they first asked him, "Do you watch the show still?" He says, "No, I haven't watched an episode outside of my season." They go, "Would you ever want to come back?" He's like, "Absolutely." And I think there was something so funny about him coming back, having no idea what like freaking exile, like not Exile Island, that was a thing on the season, but like not knowing what like Edge of Extinction is or fire tokens or like any of these like new terms. Like, I just think it'd be so funny, but I really don't know if Maddie's a priority anymore for production, even though Maddie would be not my number one because I love Maddie. I also really like Marcus. Marcus was someone I thought was going to be really solid on the season and then got sniped out by like Kenny and that like kind of underdog group. Like Susie, Susie getting out Marcus was a huge move. So yeah, I think, it's funny that in a season full of so many wackadoos, Maddie and Marcus are the ones I'd want to see back. But I would also love to see Kenny and Crystal back because I think they were so strategic and so, at least Kenny was so well-minded for the game. He just got sniped out because he got overly cocky,
Right, yeah. I'm trying to remember if I loved or hated Charlie. Charlie
was the one who was attached to Marcus and Corinne. He was the gay one, the lawyer. He was like he had the hard eyes for Marcus. But yeah, that was the group that was running the show. It was Charlie, Marcus, and Corinne and Bob, and then the other side of like Kenny and Susie and Randy and them like kind of overtook them, and then Bob ended up being the underdog and still winning, even though the other side kind of gained power.
Now that I'm remembering how much I love Charlie, he would be on my list, although I don't think he's a priority. I don't think they'd ask him back.
Yeah, I think right now we're looking at like Kenny and Crystal, right? That's like the two we're looking between. I think Kenny would be a more intriguing game player. This is like almost the Rafe and Judd thing. Like, I think Kenny's a better game player. Crystal's a better like character, though. I think more people would be fascinated to see what a Crystal return would do more personally.
Yeah,
but I don't know.
She is just one. I'm in the same place. I think he's probably a better player, but I'd like to see what she does. She does have my favorite moment of this season, which is when she shouts her confessional at tribal council.
Yeah.
Yes.
Shut up. Go home. Goodbye. Like, it's great. All right, we're putting Crystal on. I do think Kenny could be a wild card pick later down the line if we really want to. My graphic is not loading, but she will be on there in a sec. Any other people you want to bring up? I mean, I love Jillian. Having everyone search through elephant dung is always a funny moment every time I rewatch it. But Jillian's probably too old at this point right now. And Ace is funny, Ace, but yeah.
I would say the only reason I would want to have Ace back is to see if he keeps up the charade, or if it even was a charade that he was this whatever he was. I don't know. He seemed like he was pretending to be someone he wasn't.
Yeah, he was faking his accent, is the rumor out there, but we'll never know. All right, let's move on to Tocantins. Very interesting Tocantins, because you got some like all-time legends. You got JT, you got Steven, you got Coach, you got Tyson. But of those legends, Tyson's played so many times. He said he's good, but like he obviously isn't going to close the door forever. Coach, obviously someone I'm sure they would love to see back, but is his journey over? Is JT's journey over? I mean, we've seen diminishing returns from him, but he's always, seemingly getting the call, but then he didn't get the call for winners. And then Fishback, who co-hosts a podcast with Rob. Rob has a podcast, but has seemingly said he's good. He is retired. So those are the four options. Steven kind of off the board. Of those three, JT, Coach, and Tyson, who are you most intrigued by for a return?
If Tyson said he's done, he's a liar. There's no, he's not the type of person who would ever be like, I'm never doing that show again.
Right.
But he's my favorite of those. There is something about the character of Coach Wade that that interests me. JT is good, and he's likable, and he's a good winner. He's just not very interesting to me at all. I think the most interesting thing that he ever did was fall for Russell's
note.
Note.
Yeah. And there's, it's funny because like JT was like the golden boy, but I feel like he really is. It's kind of the Tom Westman thing. Like he is a conniving, sneaky player. It's just. On the season, everyone was so misted by him that they were like, "Oh yeah," like Taj famously was like, "Yeah, no, JT, take the win. I want him to win." The only one who didn't was Fishback, but then at the end he just couldn't beat him, and then he had to go up against him. Honestly, of these groupings, if he was willing to, I'd put Fishback on here. I think he's great. I love him, but I know he doesn't want to do it. But I think Tyson is a safe bet here. I know he says he's good, but like. I always feel like there's more to Tyson. Even if his journey is complete, there's always going to be more from Tyson. He went on the challenge and like dominated the challenge too, even though he didn't win, but he made it far on that too. So like he clearly has the physical prowess still. I just feel like JT not getting the call for Winners of War is pretty telling. And I think Coach, we have other opportunities to put Coach on. And I don't necessarily think I'm the biggest Coach fan, even though I think obviously he would get the call for 50. This is our call, not theirs. So I think I'm good to go Tyson.
I'm with you.
All right, cool. So I'll put Tyson on. And then what are you thinking for second chance? Because I think the big one everyone would want to see is Taj, but that's Crystal, not Tyson. I think the big one people would want to see is Taj, but Taj also said she's good, not wanting to play again. So that kind of leaves an open space here for someone else. You have anyone in mind?
This one was tough because the obvious answer was Taj. And then you sent me a list of people who said they didn't want to do it anymore.
I'm sorry.
Taj on that list.
Well, that's why I sent the list, because I didn't want to do all that right here, right now, and make you scramble and make you be like, oh no. So I did kind of send that list ahead of time. But yeah, it's tough. I think there's a promise there with, if you're gonna have Tyson, to have Sierra as well, because they were butting heads, even though like a lot of people on that cast really have said bad things about her, just they didn't like her. But is that just like the dynamics of the tribe, or is she really hard to get along with? And then Erin, who I really think she was really well strategically minded, that if she wins that final immunity, she takes out JT, and there's a chance she could beat Steven. I think she and Steven were on a different wavelength than like JT and Taj and Coach, in terms of like really understanding who the threats were and who they wanted to take out. And in a normal season at the time, like they were doing final threes, and then they switched to final twos, and then they go back to final threes. If there's a final three, Erin's there, and who knows if she gets any votes or if she even wins. So I'm
like remembering in real time right now that I liked Erin. So I would say let's.
Well, and Erin is very quiet, but I also think Erin is someone who I think shows a lot of merit. And if she had gotten to the end, we would have seen more of her. I think the edit purposely under-edited her because she was going to be our fallen angel at final three. But I think that makes the most sense. I don't really think there's anyone else too compelling. I mean, obviously Carolina getting proposed to in the finale of Redemption Island by David, and like kind of seemingly not wanting to get engaged in the moment, is great, but that's not because of her, it's because of the moment. That's very awkward. I don't think there's really anyone else. I loved Jerry at the time, but he's probably too old now. Joe with the injury, but I think we're good with these two. And then we can always cycle back to Coach later if we wanted to. Samoa. Okay. My favorite Girl Scout cookie. All right, Matt, big question. Russell Hantz. Would they invite him back? Would they not? And would you want to see him back?
Listen, if they invited him back after the first time, I don't see a reason they wouldn't. It feels like they're burning money not inviting him back. Would they? Should they? I don't know. I feel like he's the obvious answer though here. Like I feel like I don't know. It's hard, but I mean, he's the other. What is Russell Swan the only other legend?
So okay,
this
is funny because actually a lot of returnees came from the season but did nothing on return. Like Monica came back for second chances, did nothing. Yeah. Russell Swan came back and also kind of did nothing on. Well, he did stuff, but he didn't make it far at all on Philippines. Laura came back, but people remember her daughter voting her out more than they remember her.
That's right.
She voted out her mom, and then Natalie obviously doesn't want to come back. So it really is between Russell, Monica, and Laura. I honestly think Laura's the most likely next to Russell Hantz to possibly get the call. I just don't see them calling Russell Swan or Monica again. I think, though, they're much more likely to call Sierra than they are Laura. Like, at this point, why would they want Laura and not Sierra? Unless they're bringing them both back, Oh, right, so I think Russell is almost the default, even though I still don't think Russell's going to... I don't think anyone from this cast is getting the call, but I think they might still get a feeler for Russell just to see if he's interested, and then maybe proceed. It might be like the Richard Hatch thing, where like they might still want the idea of having him on, but like, are they gonna go through with it after all the controversy? Like, who knows? But I don't know. It's not his nephew, so like at least he's made it through the seasons he's played, and he's played on Australian Survivor. It's just his attitude and just being a bully in social media itself is bad, but not like, you know, not the level of Brandon. So I don't know.
Yeah, after his Brandon and then his brother on Big Brother, that family is just a garbage fire on reality shows.
That's why I don't know if they'll call him. But like, of these options, I think he's the most likely. You know,
he's obviously the most likely. Yeah, I agree. So I think he's obviously a consideration. Whether they call him or not, they're considering him.
Yeah, they would be dumb not to, for their 50th season, if they're celebrating all the seasons, to not at least see if he's available and wanting to do it. And then second chances.
You said Shambo's not an option.
Shambo keeps declining. They called Shambo plenty of times after for Micronesia, Heroes vs. Villains, Blood vs. Water. She always declines, so she doesn't want any part of it. She didn't even watch it back. She didn't even watch the show after she was on it. So yeah, she doesn't want to come back. She would also be another one that I think would easily take the call, or easily make it on if they wanted to call her.
Oh yeah, Shambo's the obvious thing for me. Without Shambo, there's really only two people that I feel are eligible, and I don't, again, you named a bunch of people who have been back and I didn't realize. So
yeah, right.
Actually there's three. I just realized that there's a third one that might be and that's Brett, Dave, and Eric.
Okay. Yeah, I like them all. Yeah, I agree.
Eric, I think, is probably Dave's the smartest of that group. Eric's probably the most capable of winning the thing of that group, although his drunk his drunk question at tribal council was weird. Like,
who's
he
that?
was
Dave?
very emotional. Yeah, Eric.
Oh, see, Eric's a top 10 final tribal for me. So
really?
I'm a big Eric, because Eric is the reason Natalie wins. I think a big reason, because he has that whole speech where he's like, maybe, just maybe. You know, like, he has that whole passionate speech about maybe it's not the one who's making all the moves, but maybe it's just about being like a good person, and like he really like props up Natalie's game. And he's also the one who calls Mick feckless, I believe, or maybe that's Shambo. I don't remember, but he's like, he tells Mick, he's like, Mick, you did nothing. And like, oh, it's just so, I really like Eric's final tribal speech a lot. Like, honestly, I think that's what punches his ticket here for me, because he wasn't as much of a presence, but he is also the one person that Natalie herself took out. Natalie took him out, and that's like her move. It wasn't even Russell's move. That was Natalie's move to take out Eric. So I think there's something to be said about like him being the one that Natalie can point her finger at and say like, I did that, and then also being the one to give her flowers at final tribal. Like, that's why I'd personally pick Eric. I think.
I think it's a good pick. His final tribal, it feels like drunk rambling a lot to me.
Yeah,
but
I
do see what you're saying with that. Mm-hmm. Also, because I didn't know the outcome of this one when I was watching it, and I was like, Russell Hantz has to win, right? And then that speech comes, and I was like, and I thought for sure he was a vote for Russell. Yeah. Like, and so when that speech comes, I was like, what the heck? And so I was also taken aback by that. Yeah. Well, I have since come to feel like Natalie deserved to win. But
yeah, and there's something to be said about the audience not knowing Natalie was going to win. He almost kind of explains it to us. Like, his speech is a way of telling us why she wins in a way. Yeah, so I think Eric's. I think Brett, if he had gotten more confessionals, would be a consideration. But the only reason he's notable is because he's the last Galu. That's the only reason.
Yeah, I think he is underserved in the edit, and I think that he is. I think he is underrated as a player, but I do think that Eric is probably better.
Cool. So we'll put Eric on, even though I don't think anyone from this cast is getting the call personally. The only one who might actually is Laura, if they're interested in Sierra. They might call them both, but I don't think Laura's going to make it on, and I don't think anyone else. I mean, they might give Shambo another call, but we'll see. Let's let Eric load there. As he gets there, he is. All right, here we go. Moving on now to Heroes vs. Villains. So we've done a lot of the heavy lifting here. We've already put on Amanda. We've already put on, I'm going in order. We didn't put on Rupert yet, right? No, we put on Steph. So we put on Amanda and Steph for the heroes. We put on Jerry and Rob and Russell and Tyson for the villains. So we've gotten 6 people off the board here. So do we want to do one hero, one villain here, or just like the two best? Like, how do you want to go about this?
I don't know because
I know there's
feel
a
like
lot of names here. Yeah.
I feel like there's some people that we would like to see, and then there's some people that we know are going to make our list somehow, but at some point we just have to put them on the list.
Yeah.
So
who are we ruling out? So it seems like we've ruled out Colby. This is the last chance we can put on Colby. I think we're ruling him out.
I have no interest in putting Colby on unless you have a compelling argument.
No, Sugar isn't going to come back. This is also
which
the last
is
time.
Unfortunate.
This is the last time we could put on Randy, and we didn't put him on for Gabon, so I don't think we're putting him on here. These are the other two people that this is their last chance. So let's talk about them right now. Courtney and Danielle. Are we compelled enough to put either Courtney or Danielle on this list? Because this would be the last time to do so, unless we get to a wild card.
Of those two, I would probably put Courtney on. How do you feel?
I still, I mean, there's no confirmation whether she would say yes or no. I don't know how likely she would be to do it again, but I do think Courtney would be a big get if they could do it on 50.
Especially because we put Todd and
I mean, oh my god, if they had Courtney, Todd, and Amanda all in the season. Oh, and then James is another one that we aren't going to have a chance to talk about again. But I don't think you seem too keen on getting James back, right?
I'm not a big James. I like James. I think he is a very athletic man. Unfortunately, that's not really why I watched.
I was a huge fan of him at the time, but this appearance showed me that I think we've seen all we need to see from James. I like Courtney though, especially with Sandra being, Sandra. I think there's something cool about like Courtney being Sandra's right hand in this season, and working with Rob and stuff. So we'll put Courtney on. All right. So now we've squared away the people that are not going to be talked about again. So now we can put on someone that we're still going to talk about again, but maybe we can get them an early spot on this list. So Candace, Suri, Rupert, Coach, and Sandra and Parvati. Those six.
Okay, so because Rupert's my favorite player, I'm definitely gonna want him on there sometime. I do have reason to say this season. I would like to address a thing that I've heard you say many, many times, and I heard you say earlier today, which is that he doesn't change up his game. I disagree. On Pearl Islands, he played the pirate. He stole things. He was the pirate. On Heroes versus Villains, he could have been a villain because of his piracy ways, but they put him on the heroes. And what did he do? He acted with honor, and he got upset with people who didn't act with honor. So he did change his game, at least the way he was approaching the game. Maybe not how he played it exactly, but when you're Rupert, maybe. Yeah, you know what they're coming to see.
Yeah, well, that's the thing. I don't think it's a bad thing that he didn't change up his game. I think it's just like I think what you're getting with Rupert, and he delivers is the thing. Yeah, but I don't think it's necessarily like wow.
And unfortunately, on Blood versus Water, he changed his game to husband, which caused him to be the first out.
Right. Well, here's the thing. I don't think we're gonna put him on for Blood versus Water. Yeah. So I think this might be the time to put him on.
I think so too. I think this is the time.
All right, so Rupert's gonna make the other slot, so we can still talk about Suri later, and Candace and Sandra and Parvati. We will talk about all of them later, but that is gonna be what we put on for now for Heroes versus Villains. All right, let's move on to a season that no one really talks about anymore, but I think it's super underrated, which is Nicaragua. Obviously, elephant in the room. Do they ever take a gamble on Neanka or Kelly Purple again? I don't think Kelly Purple's getting a call because she was purpled. She wasn't edited very well, even though I'd love to see what she can do on a return. It's not going to happen. Neanka, though, she has been so vocal about wanting to come back, and she has been so, like, fans really want to see her back because she was that season. She was the entertainment of that season for so long. She was the main character of that season. But, like, is Jeff really going to bring back a quitter? That's really the big question we have, because I think if Jeff would be like, you know what, we'll see what you can do. We're giving you another shot. But he did that with Colton too, which has me worried that they're not going to do that again with her. But what do you think?
I think that she was on the list of not eligibles for that you had sent.
I did, but I think I put a parenthesis where it's like
you said probably, and
yeah, because I think there's that slight because she wants to come back. I think that's one of those things where production. Jeff probably doesn't want her back, but I really could see a world where the fans are so like, we need Neanka, but I don't know.
Listen, I love Neanka, and I feel like she might have. I don't know if it was the edit or what, but she was shown in a certain light that I would like to see her come back and maybe be. I don't know. I really liked her, and I would definitely be interesting to hear back. Purple Kelly, I have zero interest in. The only other second chancer that I really would care about on this season is obviously Jimmy Johnson. No, I'm kidding. It's Brenda. Although after the whole
Brenda
thing where
did
people
make it on to
that's right. That's the whole
Caramoan.
thing.
Yeah, so
right.
she's actually one of our
legends. That's actually the reason that people are making okay.
So I have another second chancer potential, which is Holly. I think Holly wanting to quit and then coming back and getting fourth and like being this motherly figure. I think there's a world where she could come back. I just don't think anyone from Nicaragua that isn't Brenda or Fabio is even going to be considered by Survivor. So I really don't know. I would really like to see Nyanka make it. I would love to see Holly. I would even like to see Marty, even though I think he's getting a little old. Marty was great on that season, but I just don't.
Marty.
Really?
Yeah.
I just don't know how likely it is. I really don't.
I did have another one. It's Sash.
Sash. Yeah.
Sash?
Yeah, Sash. Sash.
Sash. Anyway, I don't know. Doesn't matter. He is another one that I consider because he was really good, but
I don't know. Yeah, I've never been the biggest Sash fan either, but yeah, it's hard because there's really not like a real second chancer that we really want to champion here.
Yeah.
Let's talk about our legend first then. Like let's figure that out because it's really just between Fabio and Brenda. But are you team Brenda or do you think Fabio also has a case?
I think I am team Brenda across the board, but I do think Fabio has a case. I mean, I think they both have a case. I like Fabio. I think that it's pretty cool that he won on this season. Like he seems very unlikely and won. Like I dig that about him. I just really like Brenda. So, but I don't. Would they bring her back? Is the question.
Right. I like Brenda a lot too. I think Fabio not getting the call for Winners of War. It's not like a Todd thing where they were like, isn't he not doing well? Like. I think the reason they didn't call Fabio is because this isn't on any of their minds this season. And I really just think that's the main reason. And if they didn't give him a call for Winners of War, why would they give him a call for 50? That's kind of what I'm thinking. Whereas Brenda, I think there could still be a world. Obviously, the stuff with Dawn and her teeth is not great. But at the time, it was made to seem like Dawn was more of the villain for wronging Brenda. So, like, I can see both sides. Brenda was also in the final 3 for fan favorite that season, despite that. And I also agree. I love Brenda. I think Brenda's great. So I'm fine putting Brenda as our favorite, as our legend.
I don't want to ruin your little list here by doing this, but I think Nyanka is the answer.
Yeah, and I even said probably on the list because I know she really wants to come back, and I know production doesn't want quitters back. That was the only reason I said she wouldn't come back. But realistically, like I think of all the quitters to potentially get a second shot, she has the most growing. And the reason they quit, a lot of people don't realize they had some of the worst rain conditions ever on Survivor. Where it's like, how much of that was just the rain and conditions? Like, did you really want to quit, or were the rain conditions that bad? So I'm gonna say, you know what? Let's put Nyanka on. Why not? Why not? You know, what's the worst that can happen? They don't call her. So what? This is our fan list. All right, Redemption Island. We already put on Rob. We already put on Russell. Francesca doesn't want to come back. Philip doesn't want to come back. So by default, I think Andrea makes the list. Is that kind of what it looks like?
Yeah.
Do you have any opposition to Andrea making the list here, or no?
Well, I'm looking at it here. I didn't realize. Philip was on your list of Philip's not is a no.
No, Philip experienced some bad, like, you know, just with all the racism and stuff. Like he had some bad experiences with both fans and people on the island in regards to that. Because he was also a big proponent for the whole diversity initiative changing as well. I think by default it's Andrea, but I see a world where they could coerce maybe Francesca into doing it a third time, but she really doesn't want to. She said she's so done with it.
I would like to see Francesca make it past the first.
Me too.
I think it was wrong for them to. I think they brought her back only for the punchline of Philip getting her out again the first time, and I just think it's.
Yeah, it's funny because in a world where they both want to do it, I want to see both of them back again. Maybe not together. I don't think we can do another season with them together. But I love Philip. He's one of my favorite characters, and I love Francesca because I feel for her. But
Yeah.
if Andrea is our only option, I still really like Andrea too.
I like Andrea too. So I have
cool.
no problem moving.
All right, so I think Andrea's making it on default, but it's not a sad one to say. Like I'm happy for Andrea. I'd be happy to see her, and I think she'll get the call. I don't see why she wouldn't. I believe she is dating, or maybe they broke up, but she was with Xander from 41 for a while, who is much younger than her. But like, hey, props for him and props for her. Who cares? But yeah, I think she's still in the public eye because of that, so that's good. Second chancers, a little slim. I don't really know where we want to go here. This season really is very top heavy and doesn't have many other avenues. But I mean, I guess Stephanie Valencia and Natalie Tenorelli were both up for the second chance vote, but didn't get voted through. Stephanie kind of working as Russell's Parvati this season, except it didn't really work. Natalie working as Rob's right hand, and probably the youngest person at the time to make final tribal, so it kind of could fit that second chance redemptive arc there. You also have Grant, who was betrayed by Rob, even though I don't think he wants to come back. Ashley, who was actually a consideration to win, but then Rob saw that and sniped her. You have David Murphy, who proposed to what's her name from the other Carolina from the past season in the audience in front of Amber, and she almost turned him down, but didn't because she felt bad. She was on TV. So like, again, people who are notable, but not, none of these are going to get the call. But if you had to say of that list, maybe anyone else, who are you thinking?
For me, it's between Stephanie and Natalie, I think.
Okay. Who has the most intriguing redemption story to you? Russell's right hand that got sniped out because of Russell, or Rob's right hand that was too young and just rode Rob's coattails?
I think probably intriguing. Rob's right hand, just because she was so young, like seeing again the maturity, how she's matured and how she plays differently, I think would be.
All right, so let's put Natalie.
Answer.
Yeah, let's put Natalie Tenorelli on there. I think she's one of the least likely of the ones we put on, but because we really don't have too many options, we'll put her on. There could be a cool second chance story there, especially with Rob being as big a figure as she is, and we've seen Kelly Wentworth and like other players, kind of even Jenna Lewis, like rise, even Amber rise from the ashes after being a shocking pick to come back. Here we go. This one breaks my heart here. Survivor South Pacific, and you and I both have a guy on here that we both want to see again, but he has said no to CBS every single time they've called him, and that is Mr. John Cochran. I
saw him on your list, and I was so mad.
I know, man. But like, why else would he not be on Winners of War? Like if he says yes, the day he says yes, CBS is bringing him back every time. But let's look at the other prospects. We have Ozzy, we have Coach, and we also have Sophie and Dawn. We also have Dawn, but I don't think Dawn wants to play again. So we really only kind of have Coach and Sophie and Ozzy, because we're not even going to talk about the other hands. Of those three, of Sophie, Ozzy, and Coach, who do you think should be our legend? And I have maybe a shocking pick. But
that must mean that it's not Ozzy and it's Sophie.
Yes, I love Sophie. I think her game on Winners of War is so underrated. And there's a reason why Tony getting her out is such a big move, because she was, I think, best positioned to win that game until Tony just outsmarted her. I love Sophie on Winners of War so much that it made me really appreciate her game here even more. And then I went back and watched this, and the way she's able to like pretend to be religious just to appease Coach, and then at the end just use it all against him and say like, he played like a little girl, all this stuff. Like, I was like, Sophie just like totally one-upped Coach, and it was just the most glorious finale, beating Ozzy in that final immunity and then going on to beat Coach in final tribal. She did what many people didn't think could be done. So I'm a big Sophie fan, but I also know Ozzy and Coach are two huge figures, and this is the last chance to put Coach on if we wanted to, and potentially we don't put Ozzy on for Game Changers, so this could be the last time to put Ozzy on. So I get it. Like, we could also save Sophie for Winners of War if we wanted to. So I'm fine with any of these three, honestly.
I would like to put Sophie on. I love Ozzy. Ozzy's one of my favorites to not win. But I would like to put Sophie on. She also was the only person who wasn't pretending to enjoy Jack and Jill. So
yes, you're right. I love Sophie. You know what I think in a lot of it is too? She reminds me of my aunt so much. Just kind of like the very smart, methodical, but also had like a really great wit to her. So I just think Sophie is someone who, like, with time I've just grown to appreciate more and more. So Sophie's making it on. That's awesome. I thought I was gonna have to convince you.
I need to go shred some chicken and put some noodles in a crock pot. So if you want to keep talking, you can, but I need to step away for just a moment.
Okay, if it's just a moment, that's fine. I can rattle off some second chancers as long as he's listening. I can rattle off some second chancers and see what might be a promising patch here. So let's just go through this list. Elise, obviously Ozzy's crush, one of the big blind sides of the pre-merge, probably not a consideration here. Keith and Whitney both went on Amazing Race, but again, not really big Survivor names. Semhar first boot, don't see her getting the call. Papa Bear might be a little too old now. Jim Rice was up for the second chance ballot. People didn't really remember him, so they didn't vote him through. But he has such a great wicked mind for the game. I believe his business was something to do with like weed sales or marijuana. Just I don't know what his job title was, but he obviously loves some good kush, which is cool. Albert, an underrated final tribal attendee, even though I don't necessarily think Albert is going to get the call either. He is a good strategic mind. Christine obviously went on that big Redemption Island tear, winning all those challenges. But again, we did see Ozzy take her down at the very end. And speaking of her best friend Stacy there, the famous kind of battle where she kept calling Coach Benjamin. Was saying, Benjamin this, Benjamin that. That's not his real name. His real name is Benjamin. He should be a real man, all that stuff. I love Stacy, her little short episode arc. Rick, pretty much invisible, even though he makes the final five. Michaela, very unfortunate how she's sent out of the game kind of just because of Brandon and his own weirdness and demons. And then Edna, who I think is a little bit more of a non-entity. So I know Matt's listening, so I will say I think Jim, it could be a very fun second chance potential. I think Christine could be really cool, and I think Stacy could be really cool. And then if we're looking at like the story of it, I think Michaela, because of the second chance of going, having her game ended by Brandon, would be really intriguing as well. Though, America didn't vote through Jim or Michaela on the second chance ballot vote. They did go for other people. So I don't know if they would want to see them back necessarily as much, but I don't know if they want to see Christine or Stacy back. That's probably who I would go with. Just recapping what we got so far. I might as well recap the list while we're waiting on Matt here. Let's just go to the top. And for people tuning in now, 2 hours and a half into it, our Borneo picks, we picked Jenna Lewis and we picked Greg Buis. Those rhymed. Australia, we had Jerry Manthe and we had Kel Gleason. Beef jerky Kel. Africa, we did have Lex Vandenberg and we had T-Bird, Teresa T-Bird Cooper. Talking with T-Bird. Marquesas, we had Visepia Towery and we had Sean Rector. Thailand, we had Xian Huang and Gandia Johnson. For the Amazon, we had Rob Cesarnino and we had Dina Bennett. For Pearl Islands, we had Johnny Fairplay and we had Burton Roberts. For All-Stars, we decided to put on Jenna Maraska, and we decided to put on Rob Mariano, Boston Rob. Vanuatu, we put on Eliza Orleans, and we put on Chad Crittenden. Survivor Palau, we put on Stephanie Lagrosa and Kobe Arca. Guatemala, we did put on Danny Boatwright, and we put on Rafe Judkins instead of Judd. Isn't that funny? Rafe Judkins. We put on Terry Dietz and Shane Powers for Panama. Hopefully Shane will finally get that final shot. Survivor Cook Islands, we put on the legend, game changer, robbed angel Billy Garcia, and we put on Mr. Jonathan Penner. As you hear the lawnmower in the background, I hope you don't hear it, but it's back there. Survivor Fiji, put on Earl Cole. We put on Dreams Heard. Survivor China, we put on Amanda Kimmel, and we put on Todd Herzog. Survivor Micronesia, we put on Amy Cusack, and we put on Natalie Bolton. And Survivor Gabon, we put on Corinne Kaplan, and we put on Crystal Cox. Survivor Tocantins is where we put on Tyson Apostle, we put on Aaron Lobdell. Survivor Samoa, we put on Russell Hance and Eric Cardona. And Survivor Heroes vs. Villains is where we put on One Hero, One Villain. We put on Rupert Bonham, and we put on Courtney Yates. And Survivor Nicaragua, we did take a chance on Nyanka Mixon, and we put on Brenda Lowe as well. Redemption Island, we just put on Andrea Belke, and we put on Natalie Tenorelli, Nat 10. And Survivor South Pacific, we just put on Sophie. So as soon as Matt is back, and wow, look at the timing of that. That was crazy. I was just recapping each round so far for the summer intermission. That's crazy.
I was listening.
So okay.
As far as
second chancer, I think you had mentioned how she probably doesn't have a shot at getting on, but I was so incensed at Brandon's treatment of Michaela that I want her on as a second chance. Yeah.
Let's do it, because I really think she was done a raw deal by the edit and by Brandon. And I think if anyone has that second chance story, it's her. I think, Christine and Stacey would be intriguing. Jim would be great. But yeah, let's go Michaela. Also to get some women representation here on a season where they propped up these dumb men like Brandon and Coach. All right, cool. Let's move on to One World. Speaking of dumb men. Wow. Okay. Colton's not coming back. We're gonna
nor would we ask him to.
No. Everyone else though, I think is pretty fair game. I don't see them bring back like Alicia, or like Matt Quinlan or even Leaf. I don't know if Bill would want to come back after all the racism from Colton. I don't know if any of the guys are coming back, honestly. But what are your thoughts here? Where do you want to start? Second chance, Legends?
I'd like to start with Second Chance real quick, because I know you just said you don't think he'd come back, but Bill got such a raw deal with Colton.
Mm-hmm.
I think that I think he had potential. He was funny. He could have gone far in this game, but I feel like Colton basically he was a victim of Colton and his bullshit.
Mm-hmm.
And so for me, Bill is my pick for Second Chance. But if you think that he might not come back, I don't really know who else, because the Tarzans are the Zans are the only other ones that I know about.
Yeah, I don't know if he would. I didn't know if he said he wouldn't, but I just assumed he. Why would he want to come back after that? Mm-hmm. But again, if they give him an exciting enough offer, like, hey, this could be a way to right that wrong. He's obviously part of an iconic tribal council where they literally like go to tribal council even after winning. So, I think there's a world. My second chance that I would like to rep would be Chelsea. I think her, Kim, and Sabrina really ran a tight ship there with the women. And I think while Kim is obviously the driving force, I think Chelsea deserves a lot of credit too. She didn't get any votes, but I think she was right there with all the strategy. She was the reason why they had better relationships with people like Tarzan. Like Tarzan looked at her like a daughter in a way. I really like Chelsea a lot, even though I do think Kim obviously beasted that game. So I would rep Chelsea, but I'm fine if you want to put Bill on as well. I really like them both. I think there is a world where Sabrina could too, but I think Sabrina is the one who has been more vocal about not wanting to come back. But I think I'm between Chelsea, and then if Bill would be willing, I would consider Bill as well.
It's hard because I feel like Chelsea is more likely. I do think that there is the thing about with Bill for the same reason with like Dreams and people like that like I feel like they deserve a shot without the baggage, and that's really why I feel about Bill. But if you don't, Chelsea's probably more likely, so we should probably go with Chelsea.
Okay, I would be fine putting Bill on it. It's just I've always thought Chelsea was underrated, and on a season where like so many of the women have come back, like Kat and Monica and Kim herself, and Sabrina was on the second chance ballot, and they even brought Troyzan and Colton back. Like, I'm shocked that Chelsea's the one who kind of slipped through the cracks, but I'm fine with either of those.
You make a good point. I mean, I think she's underrated too. I do like her a lot.
All right, you know what? I'll put Chelsea on, but the next time we have a 50-50 split, you will get the advantage there, and we will also put Bill on the potential wild cards as someone to bring up later in case we have a spot. But I'll let you also kind of run the ship here on the legend here. Is it going to be? It's not going to be Colton, but is it going to be Troyzan, Monica, or Kim? What do you feel? Or Kat? What are you thinking?
I'm not a fan of the Zans. So I don't really want either. I like Kim Spalding. I think she's good. I think anytime there's a female winner who's not Parvati or Sandra, people underrate them a little bit. Yeah. I think she's underrated. Mm-hmm. I think Kat's best contribution to this game is probably her boyfriend at the time. Yeah. Who also I don't like, but
right. I think it's tough. Yeah, I agree. I think Kim is the most like I'd want to see Kim back again, but we saw her again in Winners of War, and I don't know if she has much else of a story. But I agree, Kat's return was a dud too. We got Hayden out of it, but she didn't do much on a return. Troyzan also didn't do anything on a return in Game Changers. Honestly, the one who did the most on a return was Monica. But like, do I want Monica back? Not really. I like her more than Brad, but like I don't know. So I guess by default, I guess we put Kim on. You know, if she'd be willing to do another season. I mean, I think there would be a world if you're like we're doing Legends. I think she's the best single game like female winner we've seen, like who won it on her first try. Because as we know, Parvati took a few tries, and Sandra, she became more notable after her second win. But I think Kim is just the best like first time winning game. So I think Kim would be our move here, right?
Yeah, I agree.
Cool. All right, cool. Let me put Kim on there, and we will move on to. Let me just make sure the picture loads. There we go. All right, Survivor Philippines. Survivor Philippines. Some other big names here. Obviously, my favorite player of all time, Zayn Knight. Just kidding. One of them. Penner's here, even though we've put him on already. We also have the potential if we wanted to put on Russell Swan, we could. We also have Denise. We have Malcolm. We have Abby Maria. But we also have RC. And just rule of thumb, if RC is in a casting pool, Abby Maria cannot be in that pool. RC will not do it if Abby is in consideration. So we first have to decide, is Abby going to make the cut? And if Abby's making the cut, that means RC is out of contention. What do you think?
I honestly, I don't have a big desire to have either of them. Abby Maria is a fun character, but I think that she is just not very smart. And okay. I think she's a good character, not a good player. So right. I don't really have the desire for really either of them to be on.
Sweet. Who are you looking at though for these ones?
I feel like Denise and Malcolm are obvious options. And then my second chances are honestly. My second chances are Carter and Zane.
Yeah, I will say right now, I would love to put Zane Knight on as our second chancer if that's okay. Unless you were really compelled with Carter, but yeah, I think
it's not that Carter really grew on me. I did not care for him at first, and then he kind of grew on me a little bit. I will say that here's a fun story for everybody watching: is that while I was watching through here, sometimes I would text Dylan and I'd be like, hey, who do we like and who do we not like? And the reason I would ask that is because I had too many times gotten way too comfortable with someone I would find out was this huge racist or something like that. And so like who's a no-go, that kind of thing. And so during this season, he's like, we like this person, we like this person, we like this person, and of course the King Zayn Knight. And I was like, all right. And so I was like expecting great things out of Zayn Knight. And then he goes home first. And I was
still
like,
king. Yeah.
I was like, what happened? He's like, we stan a king who asks to be voted out and then is.
But you know who actually applied that strategy and it succeeded? In Winners of War, Denise. Denise did that strategy and it worked. That's true. And she stayed in. I think honestly, Caramoan is going to be very slim pickings. So I almost want to pick Denise here and pick Malcolm in the very next season. Does that make sense? Is that okay? All right, cool. So just because I still don't even know if Denise would come back, but I think her story's complete. But I also think there's something to be said about like if they're doing a legend season, having Denise and Malcolm both on a legend season together would be really cool. Because like Denise didn't play Winners of War with Malcolm, so I think that could be a really cool kind of shift. All right. So Denise is going to be there. Zane's going to be there. And now we move on to Caramoan. And this is kind of what I was talking about with Malcolm, because we already put Andrea on. Brandon's ineligible. We put Brenda on. We put Corinne on. Dawn's ineligible. Francesca's ineligible. Eric's ineligible. Philip's ineligible. Cochran's ineligible. So we have to put up Malcolm. That's kind of what my thinking was. So I think that works out, right? Are you fine putting Malcolm on?
I am. I'm still sad. Every time we can't put John Cochran on, I'm sad.
I almost want to call him up and be like, if we put him on this list, can you commit to saying yes? But I don't know him, so I can't really do that. All right, so Malcolm's there.
That's also what CBS wants to do.
Who's our second chancer? Who's our second chancer, though? Any of these fans, just pick a fan, because I have no personal attachment to any of these guys.
I don't either.
One of them is a bearded Matt. Do we just put on Matt?
No, because wasn't he a huge dick?
Oh, was he? I don't remember. I don't think so. I mean, he podcasted with Fair Play, so maybe he was. But he's Fair Play's co-host.
I'm trying to remember. There was like maybe it wasn't this bearded person. One of the seasons there was a there was a.
Oh, you're thinking of Kyle, Jason, and Scott with Alicia.
Yes, that's what
and
I'm
Kaoh
thinking
Rong.
of. Yes,
No,
so I'm not thinking
Matt
that.
Bishkoff isn't problematic. He's just a super fan. He just didn't get his footing in the game, really. But
I have a different option here.
okay, cool. What do you got?
Since we don't care about any of the second chancers, and Eric said he didn't want to do it, didn't he?
Never mind. Yeah.
Never mind. I was like, let's put Eric on instead.
I know. But, that was what I would have loved to do, but yeah, he even confirmed recently that he wouldn't. So
that's right.
Like,
I remember that now.
But
I don't think I care. I don't think I cared about any of the fans. So much in this.
I think if you're bringing back Malcolm, there could be something cool about bringing back Reynold because you had the Three Amigos tribal council where it was Reynold, Eddie, and Matt and Malcolm. I think Reynold had the most potential of the fans, so I would be inclined to maybe say Reynold, but like I don't care. Do you want to just put?
Let's do Reynold.
Okay. Reynold was also kind of a douche, but not in like the problematic way. He was just like kind of like a jock. So
his name needs an S at the end, but that's fine.
I know.
It's a singular and it's weird.
So Malcolm and Reynold are going to be our picks for Caramoan. As we move on to Blood vs. Water, again, another one that we've kind of taken a lot off the board for. We've taken Aris off the board because he doesn't want to come back. Colton wouldn't come back. We did say no to Jervis, but he is still available. We also said no to Candace, but she's available. Kat also available. Tina available. We put Tyson and Rupert on. We didn't put Monica or Laura on, but then we also have some legends from the loved ones because Brad Culpepper's come back, Sierra's come back, and Vitas has come back. So we do have some options, even though Vitas also would not get the call because he left Ponderosa early after he got first boot on second chances. He left Ponderosa and wouldn't stay. So they told him he's not allowed to come back, and he was not invited to the reunion. So of the people I've named, who is going to be your pick for the legend here? Who we thinking?
Here's the thing. The two people I would want to choose for let me.
You want to do second chance first?
Actually, no. I want to do. You're right, legend.
Okay.
Two people from the loved ones that I would want to do for this are not invited back and sadly passed away. So
Caleb.
So Vitas and Caleb are the two that I would want because although I hate Colton, I love Caleb loved Caleb. I can't stand Hayden, Brad Culpepper, or
Sierra.
Who else? Sierra. So it's very difficult. I don't have a problem with Sierra. She's just she's politically we don't align.
I know.
And so
I still think
that's
Sierra
my
brings
issue.
Yeah, Sierra brings something to the season, every season she's on though. But I agree. I think maybe we've seen enough of her. But I don't know.
Okay, so for me, it's down to Candace or Jervis.
Okay.
Which would you rather see come back?
I just think because it's Survivor 50, I think just a world where we could get someone from season 1 is huge. And if it's not Jenna, I think Jervis being on would be really cool. So of the two, I would probably say Jervis. Also because Candace, while she did have the cool moments like the FU Brad Culpepper thumbs or flip off thing, like I love that. But also like she's still like, does she need to come back a fourth time? I don't necessarily know. So I would say Jervis.
She did what she had her peak, which was fuck you, Brad Culpepper. So
do you want to put Jervis on then?
Yeah, let's do Jervis. Let's put Jervis on.
All right, so Jervis is making it on. Very cool. And then for our second chancer, I think this is where we could see Candace's husband, John, make it on. I think he would be promising. I think a Laura Bonham return, I wouldn't be as excited for, but I know you probably would as a Rupert fan. Also, Marissa, really exciting. I mean, do we put on Jervis and his niece? I think she brought a lot of energy and bite. And I think Hayden, being a Big Brother winner, would still be a cool idea to bring back, even though neither of us are the biggest fans of him. But what do you think?
I like Marissa. I was a fan of hers. I actually liked her more than Jervis. So yeah, I would be into that.
I think that's funny. We're putting Jervis and Marissa on, but hey, that's the fun of Blood vs. Water. Is I think we got a good loved one because of Jervis with Marissa, but Jervis himself also delivered. So there we go.
Yeah,
Jervis and his niece Marissa, both making the Blood vs. Water ballot here. As we move on to probably the most stacked cast in recent memory, which is Cagayan. You got Tony, you got Sarah, you got Cassie, you got Raymond, you got Tasha, you got from the podcasting world, you got Bryce, you got Woo, you got Trish, Cliff, RIP, David Sampson, even as a first boot, Garrett, Jatia. Whoo, what do we do here?
It's a good question.
Do you want to tackle our second chancer first?
Yeah, let's do that. And for me,
go ahead.
It's Wu, right?
Wu played in Second Chance.
That's right. He played in Second Chance. I forget about it if they played
because he didn't do a lot in Second Chance. He did a lot, but he wasn't a big presence. He was on the tribe with like Varner and PG and I think he did not. He played from the bottom on Second Chance, which was exciting. But Wu has come back.
All right. In that case, Tasha she didn't play in Second Chance, right?
Tasha made Final Tribal on Second Chances with Jeremy.
God damn it, you're right.
Yeah, I know.
No, I am forgetting about Second Chances for some reason.
It's okay.
Every person I want to.
I'll tell you right now.
You tell me who's eligible.
I'm between Jatia and Bryce. I think Bryce has made a real big name for himself in the podcasting world. He's just such an outgoing presence. I think Jatia, obviously, pouring out the rice and being this manic, chaotic figure, but then also like being a fan favorite also, and then coming through this like big cancer journey, overcoming that. I think there's a cool arc for her as well. I don't think anyone else, maybe Trish, because of the bond. We were like family with Tony. I love that moment, but I don't know. I've never been the biggest Trish fan. I had a big crush on Alexis. I'd love to see Alexis back, but I don't think that's going to happen. Even though she's a mom now with 2 kids. So I think I'm leaning between Bryce and Jatia. Is there one of those two that you would be comfortable putting?
Well, I don't listen to Bryce's podcast, so I don't have much of an impression of him.
Yeah. He
wasn't there for him.
You would appreciate this. He also releases a Zaddy calendar every year of different survivors. They do like different modeling. So my goal is to be on Survivor and then be on Bryce's Zaddy calendar. That's my goal in life. He hosts something called the Purple Pants Pod with Wendell, who won Ghost Island, and they do a bunch of like Bryce and Wen presents parties around the nation. If they ever come to Tulsa, I should come down and we should go to one. That'd be fun. I think Bryce or Jatia would be my pick, but
okay. Jatia seems like a bad choice, but I didn't know about all the things you said, so
no, okay.
it makes sense, and it fits my whole thing of like I want someone who, after they've matured a little bit, after they've been through some stuff, to see how they do. So, Jatia might be the answer.
Okay, if your first instinct was to say no to Jatia, though, like I'm totally cool with Bryce. Like I think Bryce would be my pick, but I think if Jatia,
it would be your pick, Bryce would be your pick.
Bryce would be my pick, but I think if and especially since you were like not quite sure about Jatia at first, I think that we should follow that instinct. So let's put Bryce on as our second chancer. But now the hard task is finding a legend here to put on, because do we want to see Tony again after he's won twice? Do we want to see Lacina on again after she's won and made it to Final Four? Raymond said he would not want to come back on the game. He's happy with his life now. Cass wants to come back, but has also been like Eliza, very critical of the 26 days and production thing. Wu, also someone who is always a fun character to have back. Tasha. Like, I don't know. What do you think?
Obviously, I love Tasha on Second Chances. Clearly. No, I think I might be thinking a lot of the positives I'm thinking about her are probably from Second Chances. But Cass is my favorite of those.
Okay. I agree. I actually agree with that. So I'm happy to put Cass on. Cass is just a great character. Just so she's Chaos Cass. I think she is welcome on any season she wants to be on in my book. So people probably shocked we didn't put Tony, but I mean we might get around to him later. Who knows? Okay. Now we are on to Juan Del Sur. Another one. As we get on, there's so many heavy hitters. We got Jeremy. We got Natalie. We got Kelly Wentworth. We got. I think that's it for legends, actually, because Keith is passed. So yeah, we got 3. We got 3 legends to choose from, but still 3 big legends: Jeremy, Natalie, and Kelly. I think Natalie's the most likely of the 3 to want to come back, but I think Kelly could be convinced, and I think Jeremy's always someone who says he doesn't want to, and then always ends up coming back. So I don't know with Jeremy if he would, but I would love to see him back too. He's going to be on Traders. Natalie obviously made Final Tribal on Winners of War, so there's that story as well. What are you thinking of those 3? Who do we put on as our legend here?
Natalie was somebody who I was pretty sure I didn't want to win at first, and then by the time she won, it was the only option for me. Like that's how I felt. I really like her, and I honestly, I feel like her presence on any season is going to improve that season. So that would be my pick of the legends.
Cool. I'd be happy with that. I think she's also the most likely. She really wants to come back. And I think there are cases where I could see Wentworth or Jeremy turning it down. So let's put Natalie on as our legend. And then as our not a runner-up, our second chancer. Is there anyone that you feel very compelled by to see again? I know Reed and Josh are the big popular ones out there that people want to see.
I mean, I've got people I never want to see again. John Rocker would.
Right.
Is Wes? Is there a problem with Wes? I feel like him representing his family might be good.
No, I don't think there's a problem with Wes. I just don't think Wes has a big edit on that season. But I also think it's because he is sniped out in an unconventional way. His dad is the one who says stick to the plan, and then that's the tribal where Wes goes, which is kind of sad. There is a cool, like you said, a cool arc where he could come back and play now that his father has passed and kind of avenge that, which I think is really cool.
I don't have strong feelings toward Wes or anything, but I do toward Keith, and that's why I feel like
it's almost like to represent Keith. Yeah, I would like to give a shout out first to Drew Christie because it's the best single episode downfall of all time, throwing the challenge to try to get Kelly out only to go home himself. But also Josh and Reed are just so great. Josh being the king of the season, then getting taken down by Jeremy, only for Jeremy to then just get taken down an episode after. Reed, obviously his boyfriend at the time, just really great physical player, but then at the very end, the Wicked Witch comment to Missy was quite wild. The Wicked Stepmother comment he made toward Missy, which many people would, like any other person, people would be like, oh, what a dick, but a lot of people were like, that was kind of a slay. So I don't know. I like Reed and Josh a lot. I think Josh wants to come back more than Reed does, but I think Reed might be a better character, but I also think Josh is a better player. But I also think, you make a good point about Wes. And even John is someone who keeps getting the call and apparently famously missed the voicemail to get on to Cambodia second chances and just didn't answer the phone and they wanted him. So
wow.
There's also something we said there too.
I'm remembering as you were talking that I really liked Reed. I was a big fan of Reed. I would probably rather see Reed than Josh, although I think you're right. Josh is probably a better player.
So let's put on Reed then.
Reed made it further, right?
Reed did make it further. So Josh was the merge boot. And then Jeremy went on because Jeremy and Josh were the one with the feud. And then Josh went home. Jeremy went home right after. And then Reed went home a few weeks later, thanks to Natalie. So I think Reed would be a good pick. I think he's a good villain. And they have since split up. So I don't know who's more likely to do it than the other. But I still think there's a chance we could see either of them get a call. All right. Worlds apart. A lot of controversial figures here as well. Joe, Dan, Will, even like Max and Shireen are two super fans that other super fans hated at the time, even though Shireen did make it back. Let's start with our legend, though, because there's only, I think, there's a few to choose from, actually. So we have Sierra Dawn Thomas. We've got Mike Holloway. Shireen does come back again. You also have Haley, who I forgot returned. And then Joe, who we are not going to put on. I'm not putting on Joe. So, of those, I don't really know. I think Sierra had the biggest glow up between appearances in terms of like her second time she came in and like had that big arc with Sarah Lucina, but she's married to Joe, so it's like, do I want to put Sierra on? I don't know.
Is she married to Joe? I didn't realize that.
To Joe, yeah. So I feel like you kind of have to disqualify her if you're disqualifying Joe. I just remembered that as I was saying it. So I think it's really down to Mike, Shireen, and Haley. Do you feel compelled toward any of them?
I'm trying to remember any of them. I feel like seeing Haley's name there makes me feel something positive, but I don't remember why.
Gotcha. She's the one who was like telling Jeff, like, if Jeff was like, are you guys ready? She goes, I'm not ready. I do not consent. She was the one who's like threatened to strip down to her down naked at tribal to show that she didn't have an idol. Like she was an oddball, but she always had potential. She got the merge boot, I believe, twice in this season and then in Game Changers. But she went to Game Changers. Mike is the one who won the season. He was going to be on second chances, but then was ineligible because he won. He was the one who talked like this. So he's the one.
I barely remember Mike, but I do remember that he won. He's the one who
beat the record. Who won out? He's also the one
he
who
also
auctioned
with the
money
auction.
back.
Yeah, that's what I was.
Yeah. I think if Mike had they wanted Mike back, they would have brought Mike back by now. So there must be something that they don't want to bring back.
Here's the thing: I hated Rodney and Dan so much that Mike is kind of overshadowed in how, like, he's shadowed in my hatred for them. So it's hard to.
Right.
It's hard to remember that. But who else was the other person? Because I'm having trouble.
Shireen. So she made it far. She was the one who had the problem with Will, where Will was making those really demeaning comments toward her. And then she came back on second chances the very next season, but then was the second boot. So again, I think all the legends here are very weak potential candidates. I think Haley offers the most in terms of like what she can do. There's the most unknown, untapped potential there. I personally have never been a Shireen fan, and Mike, I just feel like I don't know. I feel like his thing is winning comps, and that's it for Mike. I don't think he has much else to offer here. So I would probably go Haley, even though it's a very weak recommendation.
Yeah.
All right, cool. And then any second chancers here? Obviously, we said no to Rodney and Will and Dan. Even though I do think Dan is one of the most like comically embarrassing figures. Like I love laughing at Dan's downfalls. As for other second chancers, though, there's really not a lot. I think Jen is very likable. Mama C is a potential. You know, she came in second place, shockingly missed out on the second chance vote, even though everyone thought she was going to get in. Jeff promised her she'd be on another season, and she still hasn't. So I would probably say either Mama C or Jen, but I don't know.
Yeah, probably Mama C. I will say on the record, I actually don't hate Will as much as most people. I understand why he yelled at Shireen, because she was her comments were to him were mildly racist, but he went too far. Of those three, he's the person I dislike the least, but he's a no-go.
Anyway, so. All right, so we'll put on Mama C. This is not the strongest field to choose from, but then we move on to one of the stronger fields to choose from, which is second chance. And just to recap, we have put on Cass. We have put on is that it? Is that it? I'm just looking through now. Terry. We put on Cass and Terry. So everyone else is still eligible. So it's really just who of these do we want to see? Obviously, some have been, canceled or people don't want to see them back, like Varner, Joe. But why don't we each pick a name of someone we really want to see again from the second chance season? You go first.
Did this season happen? I guess I don't remember it.
This is the one that Jeremy won. Yeah, Jeremy.
I'm kidding. I'm kidding. Because earlier I kept forgetting. I'm not. I've gone on record. I don't have a problem with Jeremy. I don't think he should have won this season. I think he should have been Ryman. But regardless, I want to throw out Tasha, because obviously I have a thing. Something about her performance was something I enjoyed.
Yeah, so Tasha was great on the season, especially in the early portion of the game. She was a big part of like the pre-merge. I felt like she was driving a lot of the votes. The post-merge, she kind of gets an invisible edit, and then she doesn't get any votes in the end, but I think she's still like a very likable figure. She obviously goes on to play the challenge and does pretty well there. So let's put Tasha on. As for my pick, as a China fan, I kind of want to rep PG, but I don't know how likely it is that they would bring her back. You know what? I know you said you're not the biggest fan of her, but I think Sierra, in this context of the season, despite her political stuff, and that is problematic, I do think she offers a lot of interesting stuff on every Survivor season she's on, and I always feel like there's something else we can get from her. So I'm going to put on Sierra. I just think this cast gets like increasingly more problematic with every ongoing year, and I still think she has some sort of strategic game sense to her, where I think it could even be cool with the political divide if she is on that season, how that plays into the social dynamics too. Like, I don't think it's wrong necessarily. I think it honestly could add to some fun drama. So I'll put on Sierra. I'm not really compelled too much. Like, this cast, I think over the years has gotten a little, like with Joe, and obviously losing Keith is sad. And then with the drama with Abby Maria and Jeff Varner and Raymond, and like just all these stories that like, I feel like this cast hasn't been tainted in a way. But speaking of the opposite of tainted, I mean, you got some great options here. Survivor Kaoh Rong, an iconic one.
You know who I want. from
I know
this.
who you want. And honestly, I'm willing to put her on right now. Let's put Aubrey on the list. I think Aubrey is. I think Ty also has a good case, but we can talk about him with Game Changers. But I think Aubrey's great. I think there's a reason she's come back 3 times. I think she's also had like diminishing returns in terms of placement, but she's still always fun to watch. I always love seeing her. So I'm happy to put Aubrey on.
Well, I appreciate that.
Yeah.
She's one of my top favorite players. I love every time, even the seasons where people say she didn't play well, I always enjoy her gameplay. I enjoy how she does it and how she plays. I'm a fan.
Yeah, and we'll get to talk about we'll get to talk about Michelle and Ty later. So it's like we're not closing the door. And then for second chance, I think this is kind of easy for me. I don't know if you're on the same wavelength, but I think Sydney is a really promising second chance. I'm shocked they haven't brought her back yet. Yeah, she's just a powerhouse, and like she's got such an emotional story. I believe at the time she didn't want to come back, but I think with more time she's been more susceptible to wanting to do it again. She's been more willing, and I think just of the other second chance candidates, like I don't see them calling Liz or Peter or Neil or even Kyle and Scott, Nick, Julia. Like I just don't see them calling any of them. I think Sydney would be the most likely. Maybe Sydney or Alicia, because Alicia was a little bit bullied by Scott and Jason. But even then, I think the fans didn't like Alicia as much as they like Sydney. So I'm gonna say Sydney is probably the best bet for that for Kaoh Rong.
I think that's great. Yeah, go ahead.
No, I was gonna say though we'll talk about more later. Like we'll talk about Caleb and Ty and Michelle maybe later. And Debbie.
Well, I just real quick, I wanted to mention about Caleb is that I hated him on Big Brother. Like he was part of a group that I just despised.
The bomb squad.
And so I was not excited about the. I only liked one person, and they asked him immediately. So it was a hard situation for me to enjoy. But then when he came on here, he was just so different, and I loved him so much. And him and Ty, their bromance.
Yeah, it was great.
Is probably my favorite showmans in the whole series. So it's it's Rob and Amber, obviously, but
no, it's actually Ty. It's actually Ty and Mark the chicken. Mark could have been a contender if we didn't have a lot of options. Maybe he'll be a wild card, but no, I agree. Caleb was much better on Survivor than Big Brother. Not a better player though. He wasn't a great player, but still, who cares? All right, Millennials versus Gen X. This is very interesting. I think that there are only 2 options for Legends, I believe. No, there's 4. Sorry. I forgot about Michaela and Zeke coming back for Game Changers. But those are some big heavy hitters. You have Michaela, Zeke, Adam, and David. I could see a case for all 4 of them making it on. I think Adam, because of the whole casting controversy, is the least likely to get the call, but I still think the door's still open. They love Adam on production, but
what's the casting controversy?
So Adam, what he does is he has like casting coaching. He has a website and like a program where you can like get coaching for casting. And Jeff Probst has been very anti that. He's like, you shouldn't have to get if you have to get coaching to get cast on our show, then you shouldn't be on our show. Like all this stuff, basically saying that Adam's program is not the best thing for Survivor. And I get the sentiment of like you wanting to see people in their most authentic selves, but I think Adam's program is more about getting the authentic self out of someone. But Jeff has pushed back on the programs, but he hasn't said anything overtly negative about Adam personally. He just doesn't like the program. He thinks it's, a waste of time. He thinks, what, like we cast people because of who they are, not because of training and auditioning and practicing and all this stuff. Like they don't want this polished scripted version of someone, which I don't think is Adam's goal, but I think there's been some pushback there. I think production is a little less fond of Adam because of that, but I still love Adam so much. He would be my pick here. It's just whether production would invite him or not, but I like him a lot. I love
Adam. Adam would be my pick also. It's okay. This is shocking to me. Let me tell you, and it's not this season. I don't think Winners at War. Whichever season where he tries to take the fleur-de-lis off of the.
Yeah, that's Winners at War. Yeah,
that's Winners at War.
Yeah.
Some people give him shit for that. Like, I think that's brilliant. I think, in fact, I use that on our trivia nights, Survivor trivia nights. I put an idol at Tribal Council for someone to find.
Yeah, absolutely. You know what?
Anyway.
I'm gonna put him on because I think we both want him on. if there's a reconciliation to be had, I think Adam's the most likely to get that too. I think he could reason with Jeff and talk with Jeff. I think Jeff doesn't like the idea of casting coaching. I think he likes Adam. So I think it's not like one of those things where Adam's canceled and out of the picture. I'm going to put Adam on because I really do think if there's a world we can get him on 50, he was the biggest like standout of Winners at War that wasn't Tony or Sophie, in my opinion. Like he was the biggest character breakout. He shined more than Rob and Amber and Parv and Sandra on that season, which is a big testament. As for second chance, I like Hannah. I think Hannah's great. I like Brett a lot. I like Chris. I like Jay. Even though Jay has done a lot of the challenge, I think there's a way he would come back to Survivor. I think that's who we're looking at. Will was very young at the time. Jessica going out by being rocked out. There's a potential for second chance there. What are your thoughts on second chance for MV Gen X?
And this is a personal thing, but Hannah having a panic attack on the field, basically, and actually she had several, but having that like during the thing and that moment just touched me so much because I have extreme anxiety and I have panic attacks a lot. And so there's something about the way that she represented kind of something about me that I really liked. Plus, I thought she was a very good player. I thought that she could have potentially won that show. So
yeah,
I like Hannah.
All right, cool. Let's put Hannah on. I do want to put Jay on our honorable mention list if we ever get to wild cards, just because I think Jay was such a cool like opposing force to all the strong people of the season. Like he was Adam's number one foil, he was Michaela's number one foil, he was David's number one foil. I really like Jay, and the when he plays that fake idol and he's like, this is not an immunity idol, he kind of like sinks down. I love that. So and I do think we should bring up David when we get to Edge of Extinction because I love David. But let's move on to game changers, and this is where I saved the conversation for now because I want to talk about Zeke and Michaela. I think Zeke is at peace with his Survivor journey. I love Zeke, but I think with everything that happened with Varner, I don't think there's a world where Zeke wants to come back this soon. But Michaela, I think, is really promising. I think Michaela and Sandra, the way they navigate that pre-merge is so fascinating. You have a big character in Tony here. This is the last time we could put Suri on, Ozzy as well. So we could put Ty on as well. We love Ty. So I think there's a lot of good options here. Where are you leaning for the first few spots here? Because of this group, we've only put on Sierra, Aubrey, Malcolm, Andrea, and that's it so far.
Haley.
Oh, and Haley. That's right. Yeah, there you go. That's how telling of how much of an impact Haley had on Game Changers that we forget that she's there.
I think you're probably right about Zeke. I would like to put him on here, but obviously if you think that he's probably at peace, and especially with everything that's happened, I'm okay leaving him off. But I do like Zeke. I knew that I'd like Zeke from the very first shot of him in his initial season and last season, because he comes in on that boat, looked like a cartoon character who's about to do a birthday party in the 80s. Like it was just so good. But as far as that goes, I really like Michaela, and I when she would pull out the
coffee mug,
the coconut popcorn during
time. And then pour the water in the mug during JT's boot and the Malcolm boot, I believe, right?
Yeah.
Oh, so good.
Yeah, it's good.
So you want to put
for
Michaela?
Me, it would be Michaela. Yeah.
Okay. Cool. And dare I say this is where we also cash in our Suri card, or do you feel like we could?
No,
okay,
I think that's a good place.
Yeah, and it fits because they worked together here. But Michaela's great. I think also with her challenge career taking off and her having such success on the last season of the challenge that happened, like I think she's also a good contender. But yeah, I'm happy here putting Michaela and Suri. Though we still have Sandra and Tony we could talk about when we get to Winners of War, same as Sarah. And then Ozzy, this is unfortunately where the boat ends for Ozzy, but if we want to talk about him in wild cards we can. This is also where the ship ends with Ty, but again we could talk about him when we get to wild cards. But I think got to put Suri on. I like Michaela being here. Let's move on to heroes versus healers versus hustlers. Now we get into the weird stretch where like not a lot of returnees from these seasons. So for example, Ben, the only legend here, and Ben doesn't really want to play again. So we
Nor
get
do I
the
want him
luxury.
to, so.
No, nor do I want to either. So this is the luxury where we get to put on 2 second chancers here. So really the question is, who do we want to most see back? I mean, Desi has been probably the most focal point because of the challenge. She's been out there a lot. Chrissy famously robbed because of the fire making twist. Devin, I think even more so robbed. Devin is someone who I thought was going to win, should have won, probably would have won, if not for the fire making twist. So Devin would be my number 1, I think.
Devin's my number 1.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Cool. And then who else do you think we could use to fill this out? Do you Chrissy? Are you looking at Lauren or Allie?
Someone I think is a good player, even if I don't care for his personality quite as much, would be Ryan. I think he's under the radar good character. Someone, let's see. I also
I put on Suri. That's my bad. I
oh my God.
Copied the wrong photo. There we go. Okay. Sorry. Devin's on.
No.
Yeah, Ryan's good. I for some reason I thought I heard Ryan say that he didn't want to come back, or that he doesn't watch the show anymore, that his like time was not as much as he dreamed it would be, which is the harsh awakening for a lot of Survivor fans who play. They kind of see behind the curtain a bit. But I still think now Devin's on there twice. I still think Ryan would be great if they wanted him back, but I just think other people have fit his archetype, including
I'm
like
looking
Adam.
at Desiree here, and I'm having good feelings, and I don't remember why. Is she someone who we like?
She was on that season very quiet, very, very beautiful, strong person, but she wasn't very big focal point on the season. But then she went on to play the challenge and won the challenge because she's a huge like muscle girl. So I think Desi back on Survivor would be cool after having such a successful challenge career. She's Desi, definitely on CBS's radar.
Yeah, let's put her on there. I don't watch the challenge, so I didn't know that, but it's I I'm cool with it.
All right, so I'm gonna put Desi.
I'm pretty sure I hate Patrick. Do I hate Patrick? I'm fairly certain.
I think you hated Patrick at the time. Yeah. People out there, Matt watched all the seasons at once, so the questions are, he has watched them. It's just it's the question of so many different faces blurring together, especially with these seasons where no one's returned. But I do remember a lot of Matt's reactions to the season, so it's funny. I could be like, yeah, you hated Devin, or you hated Desi. All right, Ghost Island. Here, I believe the only returnee we've gotten since is Wendell, but this is another thing where we can decide if we don't want Wendell to come as the only legend, we can also opt for 2 second chancers. Do we think Wendell has made enough of an impact to be our one and only legend from the season, or do we want to opt for 2 second chancers?
I would like to do this the opposite direction real quick.
Okay.
And that is to say, I think it's, at least to me, fairly clear that why can't I remember his name?
Dom.
And I'm looking. Dom. There he is. I see him now. He looked weird on the picture. That's why. Yeah. Okay. It's fair to me. It's clear Dom should be on this board. So
yes, he's on no matter what. He's on no matter.
So let's put Dom on. And the question is, do we think that there's someone else other than Wendell who we should send with Dom, and let Dom be the legend, basically, or do we send Wendell? That's really the question.
And the question is,
I don't know.
well, I think the 2 candidates could be Wendell and Dom, or Chris Noble and Dom, because Chris Noble and Dom were clearly button heads the whole time, and it's one of the greatest arcs where Chris actually votes for Dom to win at the end, despite all of it, because he respects him, because he's like, you know what, you got me. And I love the whole where Wendell's like, stop rapping, Chris, stop rapping. All that stuff is great too. I don't know. I just think Wendell, I didn't think we got a lot of him on Winners of War that makes me want to see him a third time. But also, like,
in fact, what we got on Winners of War is me not wanting to see him anymore, because he was
right. That's the thing. I don't think he had a very satisfying.
He was kind of a dick to his ex-girlfriend or whatever.
Michelle,
Michelle,
and we've seen publicly him obviously cheating on his fiance with D. The winner of Survivor 45 was also a controversial story. So he's not necessarily looked at in the best light in the public eye either. Even though he is still well regarded with like the podcast with Bryce and just the presence he has in the Survivor community. You know what? I'm willing to opt for another second chancer here. I think
let's do Chris Noble.
All right, cool. Let's put Chris Noble. I think he's just a very prominent figure on that season, on a season with a lot of duds. I mean, like a lot of under-edited people. You could make a case for like Kellen or Bradley or even Michael Yerger, but I feel like those archetypes have just been done better. Like the better Kellen is Franny. You know what I mean? Like we've seen better versions of these characters. So Chris Noble and Dom making it on for Ghost Island. As for David versus Goliath, this one we all also have only had one winner come back, and that's Nick. Not going to be our case here. Nick is not making it on. No. So we get 2 second chancers. And this is very hard. I'm going to say right now, I have at least 3 people I need on this 100 list that like, I know one of them is going to be a wild card, whichever one of the 3 that I love. And even then there could be 4. Like, I really think this is one of the strongest casts, but I'm willing to hear what you think. Cause if we have any overlap, I think they should go on the list. So I won't tell you my 3 yet. I want to hear your thoughts. And then if we have,
well, okay, you know who my favorite from that season was, I believe. So. And is that person on your list?
I think so. The problem is I can't remember if you liked one or the other. They're next to each other on the picture though, so I wasn't sure.
Oh, I forgot about him. I do like him as well, but I like okay. Christian is my favorite from that season.
Okay, Christian's one of my 3 as well. So I think we put Christian on. Christian goes
I think
on.
so too.
Okay.
Then although I forgot about Davey, although I think that is a great I think he's great, but I also was between Mike White and Johnny Mundo.
See, I was between Davey and Angelina. I think Angelina's a lock too. Angelina was such a big character. Remember with the "Can I have your jacket?"
Can I have your jacket?
My God. Here's the thing. I think there's so many good potentials here. I think I really want Christian, Davey, and Angelina were my 3, but like I also like the idea of Johnny Mundo too. That was a huge blindside. I know Gabby's also big in the community too. And Mike White is great. I just don't know if I don't know if he needs to come back. You know, like I think
he doesn't need to come back. He didn't need to go the first time.
But... I know, but like, I feel like it's like he has nothing else to gain. I think he would do the same exact thing on the site. Like I don't think he has any. He's not going to win this.
I'm interested in.
He doesn't want to win.
I'm interested in my entertainment, not his needs.
Okay,
no, I'm just kidding.
I'll put Mike.
Angelina was so okay. I was such a big fan of Angelina on that season, and then like it's like she was trying to shake me or something, and she got real weird. And so I don't know, but I do like Angelina. I also like Davey. I think Davey, honestly, should have won probably, right? Like, is that where we feel on that? I don't know.
I feel like Davey Christian was such a big target that there was no way he was going to get to the end. But Davey, Davey's the one who saves Christian with that big move, and then that blindside of Dan, or I think it's a blindside of John, and then the week later is the idol nullifier where Carl decides to negate Dan's idol, and Dan goes home. And that 1-2 punch of John and Dan going home back to back, and those Davids like Carl, Davey, and Christian and Nick kind of rising from the ashes. It's one of the best stretches of post-merge Survivor I've ever seen. Like this cast is so good across the board. Even Carl, I love Carl. I love Gabby. I love Lirsa. I love Natalie Cole. The jacket. There's so many good casting choices here. You know, you want to know a fun fact?
What's that?
Did you know Jared Fields was supposed to be on the season and he dropped out last minute, and that's how Davey got on? Davey was an alternate for Jared Fields, Cerie's son. So that's the fun fact. This is tough. We both agreed on Christian. It looks like the names right now are John, Davey, Angelina, Mike White. I think regardless, they're all ending up on wild cards, so I'm going to kind of just jot them all down. They all might make it to a wild card. Mike White, Angelina. I think I know where Matt's leaning, though, with this, and I think it's Davey, but I want to just make sure before I lock it in if Davey's going to make it on or not.
I think Davey, yes.
All right, cool. So let's put Davey on as Matt finishes there, and I will move us on. I put all the other names on our honorable mentions, though, in case we want to do a wild card later. Moving on to Edge of Extinction. This is a big one. This is a big one because we got some returnees and some first-time players. So of the legends we have to choose from, we can't pick Joe. We already put on Aubrey. So we really only have Chris Underwood, who won the season, then David Wright and Kelly Wentworth. I personally have a favorite of those 3. as I kind of alluded to earlier, and it is David, right?
Right, obviously.
Okay. Oh, that's obvious. Okay, cool. So
Yeah, that's he's the only one of those I was considering.
Okay, cool. I know so many people love Kelly Wentworth. Like Kelly Wentworth is like everyone's go-to answer of who you would play most like. Like people love Kelly Wentworth, so I just wanted to make sure. And Chris Underwood, I think, actually has a really cool story, but his challenge performance was so good that put him on the challenge and keep him on the challenge. I don't think he needs to come back to Survivor.
Okay,
right.
so we're gonna disagree on this next part because there's one that I love and you hate.
Oh, is it Wendy?
No, it's the guy you don't like from this season.
Oh, Rick Devens. That's right.
Yeah.
Okay. I like Rick Devens. I just think he's overrated. I think I don't love. I just get a little annoyed by him, but he is the obvious pick for a second chancer, though. Like I'm not going to deny that. Like that is kind of what the fan perception is. I would also like to champion Victoria just because I think if Chris does not come back from the edge, she wins that season. Because the only reason they targeted her is because Chris came back saying, well, they all think Victoria is the biggest threat, so they voted out Victoria, and I was so pissed because Victoria is the one who got rid of Aubrey in the pre-merge. She blindsided Aubrey. I don't know, but I
like Victoria as well. I'm okay with picking Victoria.
I know there's so many people out there though who want Rick Devens. How about I told you when we were at a 50-50, I'd let you have the next one, so I will let you have Devens here if you want.
Okay, I'll take
even though
Devens.
I will bring up Victoria later when we get to the wild cards. Even though I also think Lauren's a good choice potentially as well. But yeah, Devens, he obviously, hosted the podcast with Jeff Probst, so obviously Probst loves him. He was supposed to be in Survivor 40 before the pandemic, or not before the pandemic. Oh, he was supposed to be for 41. He was supposed to kind of run a shack of fire tokens where you could go buy stuff from Rick Devens's little shop. It was almost going to be like in Mario Party when you go to the Toad shop or whatever. So it makes sense. We'll put Rick on. I don't hate Rick. I just don't love Rick as much as other people do. But he's also got the Burton thing of he technically did get a second chance because he came back from the edge. But I'm not going to be that guy. Island of the Idols. Oh boy. Okay. The only legend.
I think. Sorry,
go ahead.
I think we know who our second chance is, right?
I think it's Janet, correct?
Right.
Okay, yeah, good. Janet is, if not Suri, Janet is my other favorite player to never win. Because I think Janet, if that idol nullifier doesn't exist, Janet uses the idol at 5, wins fire making at 4, and gets every vote at Final Tribal. I think Janet is the most underrated one-time player ever. So I'm gonna put her as our second chancer. Now the question is, do we want to? Tommy's the only one we can put for legend. Do we want to put Tommy or do we want to pick another second chancer? That's really the question. Is Tommy worth a spot? I like Tommy's game, but it is a very
Can this be where we put Sandra on here?
I don't mind that. I like that. You want to do that? Sure. You know what?
It's just this cast, other than Janet, is so blah, and so many of them instantly turn to Dan's instantly turn to his defense.
Yeah.
Even the people who were complaining about his actions turned to his defense. That pissed me off a lot. So
and the other ones that they didn't show, like Tommy, it was because he went on to win the season. So if he defended them, they didn't want to show that on camera. I like that idea because Sandra should be making our list at some point. I like that we can represent her here. She is a legend who was on this season, so I like it. Well, let's put Sandra on. I do think Elaine is likable, but again, she's kind of one of those people who it's a little iffy on whether or not she endorses the Dan thing in the moment or not. It's a tough situation, obviously, for anyone to be put in, but I think Janet very clearly takes a stance. So does Jamal. So does Kelly, obviously. But I do think Kelly would never come back to the game after that.
I would choose her, except I don't think she's ever come back.
All right, cool. So there we go. That made it easy. Putting Sandra on here for Island of the Idols. And now we get on to Winners of War. And we get to put on some more winners that we haven't put on yet. Let's just go through really quick. Amber, we haven't put on yet. Kim, we put on. Nick's not going on. Sandra, we just put on. Lucina, we haven't talked about yet. We haven't put on yet. Sophie, we put on. Tony, we have not put on yet. Tyson, we did put on. Wendell, we did not. Yule, we did not. Adam, we did. Ben, we did not. Danny, we did. Denise, we did. Ethan, we did not. Jeremy, we did not. Michelle, we did not. Natalie, we did. Parvati, we did not. Rob, we did. I think this is where we have to put on Parvati. Yeah.
Yeah, I agree.
Cool. And then who do you want to put on for the other spot? I think there's some options. I think we could obviously put Tony or Sarah, maybe, if we think we want to see them another time, or is their story done? I feel like Tony, just because he won twice, if they did a legend season, he would be a good person to call. But do we want to risk the tainting of the legacy. I think Jeremy's also always an option. I think Michelle actually could be a cool pick. Based
I was
on
about to say this is going to be controversial, but I would actually put Michelle from this group on there because
Here's the thing. When Michelle won her season, I did not get it. Like, I was like, I don't really understand because who won? Who did she beat that season that I liked?
Aubrey,
that's right. So I was like, Aubrey obviously should have won this season. So I was not super into Michelle at the time. Although I never would want her to feel like she didn't deserve it. That was my thing. When she comes on Winners at War, she's talking about how, like, she's been hearing nothing but how she didn't deserve it. And then she played a pretty good game with her ex-boyfriend who was being a complete dick to her.
Yeah.
So I really fell in love with Michelle during that season.
And she is the only player, I believe, to make final tribal counts, to play more than once and never get voted out. I think because every other person has, like, Tony's been voted out, Sandra's been voted out, everyone else here has been voted out. Michelle is the only one who has played more than once and has never been voted out, unless it's like a medevac situation, like Colton's never been voted out, but that doesn't count. So yeah, I think
Amanda played a third time. I was like, what about Amanda?
Exactly.
No, she played
So
time.
yeah, I think Michelle has like just such a cool stat going for her. So yeah, let's put her on. I think she earned her spot here. We could always, in wild cards, if we really wanted to put Tony, we can. But again, like, I don't really need to see Tony again because I think there's no chance Tony makes it past the first few weeks if they bring him back a fourth time. And I just think that would be a disservice on Survivor 50. It'd be cool to get the second 2-time winner, but even Sandra, I feel like, has a better shot than Tony would, just because Sandra's not good at comps. And I think Tony, people will just take him out right away, you know? So, all right. 41. Now we're getting to the new era. We're almost done, I promise y'all. We'll be done within a half hour, hopefully. So, what do we think for this one? Again, this is one of those scenarios where the new era very rarely has returnees. There's only one returnee from the new era so far, and that's Bruce. Everyone else is either a winner or a second chancer. So we have to decide, is the winner making it on? And if not, we get to put on 2 second chancers. Is Erica making it on?
Yes, I think she's underrated.
Okay.
I think that the second half of the season really shows her because she's barely in the first half. And I think if we had seen more of her, she would be rated more properly. But I think she's good. I think that she's not a fluke, in my opinion.
All right. So in that case, I think there's only going to be one season we might have the winner, not 2 seasons where the winner probably won't make it on for the new era. But we'll get there when we get there. All right, second chancer then. Who do we want? I think there's some good candidates. I think Nasir's lovable. I think Ricard and Shan are such a big part of the season. Evie's lovable. Xander was a great kind of character. I think there's a lot of good options. I think the one that most people would probably expect is Shan or Ricard because of their impact on the season. But where are you thinking of this, Matty Fresh?
You know who I want to see back.
Evie.
I want to see back Evie.
Yeah,
but
I agree.
I understand that I would like her to go on the wild card list because, or at least on the short list, because I think Xander is probably the obvious and Shan is the second. Like, I think those are the obvious ones.
Yeah, I think Shan is such a big character and Xander was such a rooting interest. Let's put Evie on the short list, though. Like, they could definitely get a wild card. I think Evie could be a very good contender for a wild card.
Yeah.
Between Shan and Xander, I think Shan would probably be where I'd be leaning a bit, just because I think also with Xander, there's other people in his archetype, whereas Shan, I find very few comparisons to her. I also like Ricard, but like I think Shan is just a little bit better than Ricard, so I don't know. I'll let you make this call though. Since you want to put Evie on, we can put Evie on.
I think we should go with Shan. I like Ricard. I actually think Ricard's a bit better than Shan, but I think Shan is a better character, and I think she'd be better on the show. So
okay, so we're gonna put Shan on, but Evie is gonna be on our short list. I'll also put Xander and Ricard on there just in case, just because with this new era, especially, there's just a lot of really good casting choices. So it's gonna get a little harder, especially now as we move on to 42. Marianne, big question: is she making it on? Is she not? I think she is. Okay.
Oh yeah, she's my favorite winner of the new era. Like it's
cool.
oh well, until last season. But
yeah, she's my second favorite winner of the new era after another winner. But yeah, I think Marianne is going to make it on. I think it would be a disservice to not call her for 50, especially if you are having winners back for 50. If it's all second chance, then she won't be on. But I would love to see her on 50. Who else would you love to see on 50 from this season? I think there's another obvious one, but I think production is thinking Jonathan's the obvious, but I think there's another obvious one out there.
I think Jonathan showed, like, I think we saw everything we need to see from Jonathan. We saw him solo a team challenge. We saw him do everything that he needed to do. And then he kept calling Jeff Mr. Jeff like he was his sub. Like it was for me, High is my second pick.
Nice. I would probably High's a great pick as well. I was thinking Omer as well. I think Omer is such a great character. I think Marianne's sniping out Omer, who is like the biggest threat. Omer in the bird shirts. I definitely think it's between Omer and High, and maybe even I think production likes Drea too, even though I know Drea made Omer's life miserable in Ponderosa, so I don't know if I want to honor that. I would be fine putting on High for a second chance. That's fine. Okay. We can put Omer on the short list.
The thing with Omer, though, is that Marianne and Omer
they're like best.
Yeah.
They're like best friends in real life, too. So that could also be a very interesting dynamic, but also maybe like you want to diversify it a bit. Right. I think whatever we put the other person on the short list we could do. Okay. I put Evie on the short list for you last. I'm fine taking Omer and putting him on the short list if you want to put High on here.
Okay, let's do that.
All right, cool. So we'll put High on here. Again, like a lot of these characters fitting similar archetypes, but I think that's just with the new era casting being so diverse, we get so much good gameplay. We get a lot of those great like kind of sneaky villain strategists like High, like Omer, and like our 43, like Jesse, who I think is kind of who most people look at as the winner of the season, even though it was Gabler. The question is, Matt, is Gabler going on the list?
I don't want him to. I would probably put Jesse there instead.
I think this is the one exception where we can probably put a non-winner in the legend slot, just because it's the new era too. So like, I don't see a world where after all the criticism that they invite Gabler back, even though I think production liked him, I think Jesse is the one they look at as the legend from that season. So I think we put Jesse in, and then we can put another second chancer. Does that work?
Yep, let's do it.
Cool. And then with the other second chancer, the question becomes, do we go with maybe the person who missed out to Gabler in Cassidy? Do we go for someone who was a big threat like Carla? Do we go for Jesse's right-hand man with Cody? Owen, who made it far and didn't quite seal the victory? Noel, the Paralympian. Ryan, another Paralympian. What do you think?
Well, okay. So when I was watching the season, I already knew that Gabler had won. And so I'm like, interested to see it. And Dylan was like, it's a little bit of controversy, but I didn't know what to expect. So as I'm watching, he's like not doing much at all. And then by the time I get to the final four and realize that he's the least qualified of all these people to win, I'm like, how does he win? And then we get onto it and he wins and it sucks. And Cassidy should have definitely won. I think Cassidy and Jesse are the two should have won people from that season. And so that would be why.
I 100% agree. I had Cassidy above Jesse on my list, but I didn't want to be biased because I have a fat crush on her. So I wanted you to speak first just to make sure I wasn't totally, out of my element here. All right, cool. 44. Obviously, Tika 3 is the story here. I think Jam, I think he's definitely going to get the call for 50. For 50. I don't see how he wouldn't. So are we fine putting Jam in the legend spot? Mm-hmm. Or we also have Bruce. We could put Bruce. Okay. All right. Matt's like, nope, not doing it.
Nope, not doing it.
And then does it become as easy as saying Carolyn is the other spot, or do we want to entertain any other ideas? I think Matthew could be a fun second chance. Hurting his arm and coming back. I think obviously Franny is like great of that like kind of nerdy woman archetype. Heidi, the fastest fire maker, but it's Carolyn, right?
I want him to do a blood versus water again, or blood, whatever, and have Matt and Franny on together. Kind Carson was my favorite that season, but Carolyn was just so entertaining. I think so. I think it's Carolyn.
We can put Carson. Let's put Carson, Franny, and Matt on the short list, just so we can
Mm-hmm.
have a few more options.
Although Matt and Franny, I think, got what they needed out of it, which was
each other.
True.
Speaking of romances, though, on the island, we also now move on to 45, where we have Dee and Austin as the final two. Another question: do we put Dee on? I think having her host that Jeff Probst podcast with him, clearly production loves Dee. She plays like the modern era Boston Rob game, but as a woman, which is so cool. I was always on the D train. I know we were, it took a little time for Matt to get on there because that was the first season Matt watched live with me. So I love D. I would love to put her on if that's okay.
I like D better the second watch. First time I didn't see her strategy, and it just didn't. I was like, what is? She's obviously not the best, but I get why she won, and I'm more okay with it. Drew was my favorite back then, but honestly, if I'm picking a second person, if I'm picking a returnee for this, it's and you said Emily isn't interested anymore.
Yeah, Emily doesn't want to come back. She would be my lock, but she doesn't want to.
Yeah, Emily's not interested anymore. It has to be Jake for me.
Okay, yeah, I'm down with that. I think there's a case to be made for like Caleb, even Sabaya. I think Kelly was a great blindside, great player. But I think of the all the figures on the season, Jake is just the most unique. No, not even most unique, but I don't know. I think it would be remiss for them not to call him for 50 and give him at least the option to come back.
It's very rare that Survivor moves me to so much that it makes me cry. But it's happened. But there's a moment in the finale with Jake where he I forget what the exact where he's talking about how he I just forgot. I wish I was a bigger snowball. Oh yes, that's it. I don't have a snowball's chance. I know I don't have a snowball's chance in hell, but I just wish I was a bigger snowball. And then he starts crying.
Aww.
Makes me cry each time. It's just so
such an endearing presence. Yeah, I love it. I would be happy to see Jake back. I think he'll get the call. Of the 0 vote finalists, I think him and Carolyn are the most likely, even over like Xander and a few other people we'll talk about. I think him and Carolyn are like the golden standard for 0 vote finalists in the new era. But the last season of the new era before we get to our wild cards is 46, the most fresh on the brain. And this is one where we have to pick 2 second chancers because Kenzie has famously said she does not want anything to do with coming back on the island again. She very much honors and respects the journey she had, but she's been having a tough time, especially being a salon owner when you own a business and people can just walk in. She's had a really tough time with the fan response, not necessarily negatively, just more so the consumption of just how many people are now like, it's almost like a stalkerish type deal that she's struggling with. But then you also have a lot of controversy behind the scenes. I mean, this is the cast that was very openly fighting with each other. A lot of bad blood. Maria voting for Kenzie instead of Charlie. Charlie basically saying after the show they don't talk anymore. Liz's big blow up on the island on Q being a controversial figure, Banu being a controversial figure for the community. The rumors of Tevin and Soda and the drama at Ponderosa toward Venus and Venus herself being polarizing. There's a lot of drama here, but I think that could lend to a lot of fun on 50. So I want to know, Matt, who would you want to see back of this group?
I feel like culturally there's one person who has just risen above everything, but I don't think he belongs on this season. I think he belongs on season 40 several.
You're talking about Jelinski?
Yeah, I'm just kidding.
Okay. I thought you were going for Q at first. I was like, okay.
Because no, I can't.
Q's kind of the main character in terms of like, he's like the coach of the season. It's like
he's the main character in his own mind, definitely. I have several. I love this cast. I love this cast. For the most part, there are a few that I didn't really care for, but mostly I really loved it. So this one's very, very hard. as you know, Tevin was my favorite, but I know there's a lot of controversy depending on which side you believe.
I will say though, we don't need him to go out for 50 because we want him to play Kamala Harris on SNL because his Kamala TikToks are the best thing ever. If you haven't seen them, go check them out. They're hilarious.
Okay. However, there's one person who I think needs a second chance, and that is Jem.
Oh, Jem.
Yeah.
Oh, cool. I thought you said Jim. I was
No.
like, who's Jim? And then I thought you meant like I don't know. I thought you were gonna say Charlie just because he was
he's
famously
the other
missed
one.
out on the one vote because Maria flopped to vote for Kenzie instead.
Mhm.
Jem is a really cool pick. I didn't even think of that. It's funny because so many of these competitors went out with idols in their pockets. So it's like after Jem went home, I was like, oh, we need Jem to get another shot. She was great, making everyone dig through the poop for everything. And then like another person goes home with an idol in a pocket, and then another person. So where I'm like, okay, all these people got voted out with idols. I think we need them all to come back. And it's tough because I want legitimately Jem, Venus, Charlie, Q, Tiffany, Jelinski, Hunter. I want them all back. And it sucks because there's only so many slots. Banu. I think I've seen enough of Banu personally.
No.
I know you love Banu. I know. I don't think Banu. I think he's the least likely of this group to say yes. I think Ben wouldn't come back. I think he had tough times out there just with his mental health. Yeah, I mean, I'm honestly a Venus guy. You know that. I like Jem though. That's a cool pick. And you know what? A lot of people are probably not going to expect it, but I'm fine putting Jem on.
She
Why
was
not?
positioned to win this game and then went home with an idol in her pocket.
Right.
So I think she needs a second chance.
I was gonna say, as we're Tiffany, as we're maybe not Q and Venus, but all right, we'll put Jem there as like the proper second chance candidate. But if we had to say like who is the legend of the season we want to represent here, I mean, I would say it's probably between Charlie, Liz, and Venus in terms of or Q in terms of like the character and the impact and the notoriety, and then
I would say it's between
visibility.
Charlie, Liz, and Tevin, and maybe Q also. So
Okay.
we both left off each other's favorite. I'm sorry.
It's okay. It's okay. Which makes sense because also they didn't get along quite as well.
Yeah, but we do, so we don't need to be part of their fight.
Who is most likely to get the call, do you think, between Q and Charlie? I think they both
Charlie.
are.
I think Charlie,
Really?
honestly. I don't know. Q maybe for the. It depends on how seriously they're taking it. If they want someone who could win, then you're going to Charlie. If they want somebody who's there for the entertainment, they'll pick Q. So
you know what? I just say right now, I think whoever isn't of those two isn't on there is probably still a wild card. If I had to guess, right? I mean, like unless you really don't think Q. You know what? This is our list, and I think we both want Charlie on. So let's put Charlie on first. Let's do that, and then we can get into wild cards in a sec. Because I think you're also like I even think Tiffany could have a shot of being a wild card here. I think she's great. I still will always back Venus, but like Liz as well is a huge character. Tevin a huge character. So there we go. We're gonna put Charlie there though. He is a second chancer and kind of a legend. He lost by one vote. He is the Dom of the new era, if you will, in terms of like Dominic, like Ghost Island. So really quickly, let's just recap from the top. And then we'll go into our wild cards. I know this is a long video, but we'll be fast. Borneo, Jenna and Greg. Australia, Jerry and Kel. Africa, Lex and T-Bird. Marquesas, Vesepia and Sean. Thailand, Xian and Gandia. The Amazon, Rob, Cesternino and Dina. Pearl Islands, Johnny Fairplay and Burton. All-Stars, Jenna Maraska and Boston Rob. Vanuatu, Eliza and Chad. Palau, Stephanie and Kobe. Guatemala, Danny and Rafe. Panama, Terry and Shane. Cook Islands, Penner and Billy. Fiji, Earl and Dreams. China, Amanda and Todd. Micronesia, Amy and Natalie. Gabon, Corinne and Crystal. Tocantins, Tyson and Aaron. Samoa, Russell Kantz and Eric Cardona. Heroes vs. Villains, Courtney and Rupert. Nicaragua, Brenda and Nyanka. Redemption Island, Andrea and Natalie. South Pacific, Sophie and Michaela. One World, Kim and Chelsea. Philippines, Zayn Knight King and Denise. Caramoan, Malcolm and Reynolds. Blood vs. Water, Jervis and his niece Marissa. Cagayan, Cass and Bryce. San Juan del Sur, Natalie and Reed. Worlds Apart, Haley and Mama C. Cambodia, Tasha and Sierra. Kaoh Rong, Aubrey and Sydney. Millennials vs. Gen X, Adam and Hannah. Game Changers, Michaela and Sari. Heroes vs. Healers vs. Hustlers, Devin and Desi. Ghost Island, Chris Noble and Dom. David vs. Goliath, Christian and Davey. Edge of Extinction, David and Rick Devins. Island of the Idols, Sandra and Janet. Winners of War, Parvati and Michelle. 41, Erica and Shan. 42, Marianne and Hi. 43, Jesse and Cassidy. 44, Jam Jam and Carolyn. 45, Dee and Jake. 46, Charlie and Jem. I think I've lost Matt, but we are now. Oh, there he is. Perfect timing again. So now we have to go through our wild cards. We get 8 more slots to fill out this 100. I did write down a list just tallying names that we had mentioned. If we wanted to bring up any of them. So let me start with some of the old school names first. Matthew from the Amazon was on our list that we thought about. Jason Siska from Micronesia. Bill from One World. Jay from Millennials versus Gen X. Angelina, Mike White, and John Hennigan from Dave vs. Goliath. And then we had Victoria from Edge of Extinction. Are any of those names you're listening to right now as like, yeah, we're putting them on. We got to put them on.
That was the full list?
Of the ones from the old school that we had mentioned saving for later.
Okay.
We also haven't put like Candace on. We didn't put Ozzy on.
Okay.
I think there's probably some others. We didn't put Tony on.
Okay. Angelina.
Yeah.
I think.
I'm feeling good about that too. I think Angelina should be on the list. I agree. All right, so let's put her on. Hold on, let me get to the wild cards on here. All right, Angelina, our first wild card slot. I'm gonna go to bat for my girl Victoria as well, if that's okay. I really like Victoria. I think just her getting out Aubrey is this huge moment, and I think she should be at least considered for 50 there. So let me get Victoria here and put her on the list. Anyone else from that list, or do you want me to start rattling off some new era names as well?
Honestly, I really want Bill to have a second shot.
Right,
I know it's probably not the biggest. It's not something anybody's clamoring for, but I thought he got such a bad shake.
Let's do it. Let's put him right there in the list next to Angelina and Victoria. Okay, let me just rattle off some new era names just so we can lock some in if we need to, and then we can kind of filter out the rest of the list here. We did have Evie on the short list. We had Xander. We had Ricard. We had Omer. We had Carson. And then from 46, we had Q, Tevin, Venus, Liz, Tiffany. Where are you thinking? I think we need to put Evie and Omer on, I think, are like 2 locks in my opinion.
I think so too. And I think Q, because you did side with me on
Jem and
yeah,
Charlie.
So yeah,
it's
so
okay.
I think Q as well.
Yeah,
I think he's a good character. I just don't. He just frustrates me.
All right, so let me put on Omer as well, and then any of the other names. I'll let you pick maybe one that's not as popular or conventional if you'd like to throw someone else in there in the mix. If you have any.
I would like to say Carson.
Okay. So the full Tika 3.
Yeah, I'll get the full Tika 3 in the list.
Cool. All right, so let me get Q here. Just getting everyone's images. I have like 400 images to choose from right now that I have to just sort through. So Carson will get a spot, and then we have 1 spot left, so we can kind of talk about it. I think our 46 favorites kind of cancel each other out because you're not a big Venus fan. I'm not a big Tevin fan. And then just looking back at some of the names we still have on, we still have Jason Siska on the list. We have Matthew from the Amazon on the list. Mike White, John Hennigan. We do have Liz from this most recent season. We have Tiffany. We have Ricard. We have Xander. I'm also just gonna like quickly just look through and see if there's anyone from like Winners of War, any winners we didn't put on. We haven't put on Tony. We didn't put on Ozzy. We didn't put on. Let me just look through real quick. We never put on Yule or Jeremy. I didn't think Yule wanted to come back though. So
what about Ricard?
I like Ricard. Yeah, we put on Shan, right? So
yeah, we put on Shan. I think Ricard would be good. I think he is good at the game and I think he would make the most of that spot. Honestly.
Cool. All right, so let us do that. Let's lock it in. This is exciting. After 4 hours, man, we did it. We got here. We have kind of finally put together. Let me just get him in there. How do I? Hold on. There we go. I had to send the card back. There we go. All right. There are wild cards. Angelina from David vs. Goliath. Victoria from Edge of Extinction. Jay from One World. Evie from 41. Omer from 42. Ricard from 41. Carson from 44. And Q from 46. That is a pretty epic slate. Just all the players we had today. All 100 players. I'm not going to rattle them off once again, but we have 100. What I'm thinking of doing is putting them into a poll and then putting the poll up on the Facebook page and seeing people vote. And then we'll get like a cast of 20 of our 100 who they most want to see. We'll split it up in male and female. We'll put Evie on both. And then we'll just let the top 10 male and top 10 female vote getters, put them in a big graphic, and that would be our cast. But that's our 100. We did it. We riddled it down to 100 players. It's so exciting, Matt. What an exciting project. I hope you had fun. I had fun talking Survivor and just reminiscing about all these great players. I mean, what other show highlights Bill Posley as like a Survivor 50 returnee? This show right here, because we got the best guy right here talking about it. Because he should get a second chance. Someone like Jem could get a second chance, should get a second chance. You never know what theme they're going to go with, but I think we put together a great list. How you feeling at the end of all this?
I'm feeling good about it. I was worried that I was going to not be able to talk about some of the things that weren't fresh in my mind, but I feel like we got good conversation about everyone, and we got to redeem some people, even if Survivor's not going to do that. You know,
that's right. That poll should be up on the Facebook page soon. So if you want to go vote and decide who you would put on the show, and comment down below. Let us know, how could you not put this person? I'm pissed that you didn't put this person on. Let us know down below. Be a Liz in our comments. Let us know. Let us have it. This is a controversial video because we only have 100 spots, but we only have 100 spots. So it's going to be fun to see what people have to respond to, and what they have to say about our list. Where else can they find you, Matt? Obviously, you're on Framewreck on the channel, but please plug whatever you want to plug.
Yeah, you can find me on Framewreck on here. We talk about bad movies, so bad they're good movies. Sometimes we talk about nostalgic movies from our childhood or teenage years, and pretty much anything Dylan will let me be on this channel. You can find me on Letterboxd at MattManXIII. You can find me pretty much everywhere with that. And look out for announcements for future things from me.
Yes. And you can find me here on the Dill Pickle Movie Network and the Dill Pickle Podcast. This is Recipe for Reality Small Bites. But if you want to see the main show, we try to do it every week, but Zach is a busy guy. But Zach and I do a show on there, Recipe for Reality, where we talk about Big Brother and Survivor exclusively. We may occasionally give our thoughts on Bachelor or Dancing with the Stars. A lot of good, exciting stuff happening, including a Survivor cast reveal that happened. We're going to be breaking down the cast soon. We're going to be talking about Big Brother as we hit the jury phase very soon. And we are going to be doing our annual draft with Austin and Ingrid, drafting Survivor players. We're also seeing a lot of Survivor podcasters and just podcasters in general on the season. So it'd be cool down the line if any of those podcasters want to link up and do any sort of interviews or stuff. Let us know. We'd be happy to have you. Otherwise, thank you for watching, and let us know who you're excited to see on 50, because we wanted to do this video before they make those calls, and they're going to be making those calls soon because they have to go out, I believe, spring. They have to fly out there for 50. So it's going to be coming around the corner. So that's why we wanted to get this done, which is very exciting. So within the next year, we should know our cast, which is really exciting. And I can't wait to see which way they go. Thank you, Matt, as always, for doing this. This is such a cool project. I knew immediately I wanted to have you on because we haven't gotten to talk at length about our Survivor journeys. I heard your in-time thoughts and moments, but I never really knew who were your 100 favorites, or at least our 100 favorites when combined. So I'm very excited for this to close out here in about 4 hours and for people to see it. So thanks for watching, everyone, and stay tuned for more Recipe for Reality Small Bites as the next season begins very shortly. Thanks for watching.